All right. YouTube short stream is ready to go. Let's see here. We got that. Move this like this. Test. How's it going, Tron? No, I set it up right. I know. All right, now all of our chats are set up. Let's fucking go. Move this right here so we can do that. We're set there. We're set on the YouTube stream and we're ready to start. Fuck Twitch. All right. Well, we have to be careful about where we're putting what chats. So YouTube chat will no longer show up on screen, but I do have it up. Three dots upper left them push like. That's annoying. Their new guidelines are dumb as fuck. Are you talking about the for streamers having to label themselves? Oops. I wanted to go over this, and then I wanted to see whatever this was. We should turn that down. Oops. Alright, I just need to make sure that the audio is not too loud. Alright, how's everyone doing today? I'm finally ready to start. Elreen? I don't know what that means. Sorry, bud. Well, I'm glad that you're here. Really? If I'm banned on Twitch, you can't have it on the screen? Oh, you got banned? I didn't know that. That's funny. What did you do? Elreen from Kick. No, absolutely not. Never heard of that person. Stopped streaming on Kick. Literally zero growth potential unless you want to be a complete degenerate fuck. Look at now? Absolutely. Well, if you're going to demand it from me, I'm going to look at it off screen. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction. Elreen Kick. I'm going to go ahead and preemptively mute this tab. It's just a blonde dude with a beard, dude. You can't do that to me. You can't do that to me. He's just... Well, he has darker hair than me. All right? Also, fuck you. He has darker hair than me. All right? This guy doesn't look like me at all. Why is it when it's a white dude with a beard, everyone says that I look like them? I'm a unique human being. I am my own person. Jesus Christ. Christ in heaven. I'm insulted. Not because he's a bad-looking dude, but Shrek Prince Charming. Well, you know what? Wait, no, hold on. I ain't that thick, okay? He's that Shrek. Oh, wait. Shrek Prince Charming. That's an actual character. I thought you were talking about human Shrek. I've only seen Shrek 1, so. Kamal will win, Maga will cry. How's it going, Akana boy? All right, so I don't have any specific things to go over today. I did want to watch this. I did think that this is... I'll go ahead and read this out in case people are watching on the short stream. Oh yeah, by the way, Econo Boy, I watched you and Pisco's conversation yesterday. Um, if either one of you, like, I know that you guys said it wasn't likely, but you guys devoted like 15 minutes to what happens if Texas goes blue for Kamala this time. That shit, that shit was the biggest copium. All right, I'm voting Kamala. The Iowa poll was bad news for MAGA. Everyone's saying that. Released a whole video on my election prediction. Oh, can you post it in chat and we can watch it? Don't think. Yeah, no. I know you said it like multiple times, but y'all talked about it for like 15 minutes, and I was just sitting there like, I mean, I guess they're not wrong about the consequences of Texas turning blue, but man, it sounds like some copium, some hardcore copium. Okay, we're gonna. Oh my god, it's a fucking hour and 23 minutes long. What is wrong with you? We'll look at now that photo. Which photo? Oh yeah, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, you can't post links in chat. YouTube does not allow that. There's nothing on my end that I can do about that. It's just a YouTube thing. If you want to have me look at something, here is a link to my Discord. You guys can watch through there. God, I need a new chat system, okay? Because if I can't show anything except for Twitch chat on screen while streaming to Twitch, this is unusable right now. Jesus. Boy, do I want Ted Cruz out of here. It's called a real ass motherfucking prediction because I'm a real ass motherfucker. All right. We should just get into something. First off, I thought this was funny. Okay. Is this guy like a big guy? I mean, he has 189,000 followers. Jesus. I don't think I know who he is, but if voter fraud is kept to a minimum, my prediction is Trump wins rather easily. Likely the popular vote as well. I'm going to tell you right now. Please, bro, did you post something in my Discord? Because if you don't post it in my Discord, I'm not going to be able to see it. There's nothing for me to see. You're saying that photo. There's nothing for me to see. You have to post a link in the Discord because you're watching on YouTube and YouTube doesn't let you post links. Yeah, let me tell you. Please, bro, I don't speak English. Oh, well, then that's going to make this really rough, isn't it, Aslan? No, but yeah, if you're a Trump supporter and you think that Trump has literally even a shadow of a fucking chance to win the popular vote, it'll never happen. All right? That is bigger copium. That is bigger copium than Kamala Harris winning Texas. That would be insane. Nobody in their right mind thinks that that Trump wins the popular vote. Also notice that in the past couple of days, they speak Turkish, please. Oh man, I almost did a fucking way too edgy joke. I'm like, listen, I'm hopped up on the anxiety that is being brought about by the outcome of this election. My leg is bouncing right now. Okay. And I'm about to, I almost busted out one of the most edgy fucking things I've ever fucking said on stream. Jesus Christ. Open translate true. Is stupid as fuck I got banned? Well, listen, Talon, like, it's stupid as fuck that I got banned from Twitch, okay? Like, every single time that I got banned from Twitch was really fucking stupid. It's not an easy thing to do, or it's not a hard thing to do to get banned from Twitch. But notice they're all starting off with if voter fraud is kept to a minimum, or look at how they're already cheating. Like they're the only reason that I have even in the back of my mind that Kamala Harris has a good chance right now, it's a total fucking flip of the coin who wins the election in my mind, right? I refuse to get my hopes up at all. But the only reason that I think that there might be something that people who are closer to these elections, there must be something that they know that we don't. And this might be copium, but damn, did they start like hardcore pushing the voter fraud thing like within the last like maybe week. Not even a week though. Not even the whole past week. They have been pushing that shit like fucking a bulldozer into a giant hole, the giant hole that they've dug for themselves. They're pushing that shit, dude. And real men and women vote Trump. Ooh, that's rough, dude. Hey, how's it going, Alley Cat? But like, if you're calling cheating before the contest has even been held, you're a loser. All right? Whether or not you get the votes or not, like, you're a fucking loser. You're the kid that changes the rules, right? That changes the rules of the game in the middle of it so that you always win. That is who you are. If you're already saying that it's being cheated away from you, you have the mind of a fucking child. All right? So that's number one. So if voter fraud is kept to a minimum, my prediction is Trump wins rather easily, likely the popular vote as well. As I said, copium, hardcore copium. If you tell watchers to go away during counting, it can only have one reason. Oh man, it's too bad. Literally no audits, no recounts, no nothing found any malfeasance. You know, it really sucks for you guys. It really sucks for you guys that, you know, there's such a plethora of evidence against y'all's claims, but literally no evidence for your claims, dude. No evidence for your claims. It's so crazy. It's so crazy how you guys will say this stuff over and over and over before the votes are even counted and say, oh, well, my guy is going to lose because you cheated. Like, you guys are coping so hard. You guys are coping so hard. It's embarrassing. You're that kid when you went over to your parents' friend's house and they have like a 5-year-old friend. I don't remember who said this recently, but like, you're the guy who like goes over there and then there's a kid and you start hitting the balloon back and forth to each other and then there's new rules. Oh, well, if it touches the ground, that means that I win. Oh, well, it has to bounce once and then I can hit it. Oh, well, like you have to hit it only with your right hand. You have to change the rules as you go about what it means to have a like election integrity. Jesus Christ, it's embarrassing. Jesus Christ. I am 12 years old. I believe that, Aslan. All right, we're going to keep doing it. Voter fraud is kept to a minimum. Prediction Trump wins rather easily. Likely the popular vote as well. Copium. However, if he doesn't, I don't think red states can wait 4 years to try again to take the boot off their neck. Especially as, mind you, that red states are the #1 recipient, not only like in general of all sorts of, tax subsidies and, funding from the federal government, because half of their population has diabetes. The other half have like 3 teeth left in their mouth because they only drink fucking Mountain Dew because they don't trust the water because it has fucking, fentanyl and, phosphorus and all sorts of like crazy shit in the water. That's what Alex Jones told them. So they only drink Mountain Dew. They have diabetes and they have no fucking education. So the government has to pay for them to like still live in a first world fucking society. But like, we'll move past that, right? Like, they're not only is that the truth in general, but like more specifically, the Biden administration, all of their big major pieces of legislation helped out red states the most. fucking Ohio, fucking Alabama, fucking Arizona, fucking Florida, fucking Texas. These guys got most of the benefits from the infrastructure bill. They got most of the benefits from the CHIPS Act. They got most of the benefits from the American Rescue Plan. And now, like, you guys want to say that, like, y'all have the boot on y'all's neck? Y'all have been being helped by the Democrats for the past 4 years, dude. Well, we can all agree Biden did a great job these past 4 years. Absolutely. He's the best president of my lifetime. Brain dead zombies struggling with stairs. I mean, you guys like to bring up the fact that Biden's ancient as fuck, and I agree, he's ancient as fuck. Look at your guy. He gave a blowjob to his microphone yesterday or the day before, and like half of his fucking answers to questions are complete word salads. Your guy's not any better than Joe Biden, and that's fucking saying something. Okay. Yeah, but did Biden move fluoride from the water like JFK once? Based. Whoa. Character attacks like this are why MAGA gets more radicalized? No, that's not why they get radicalized. Because they say way worse shit about liberals. They say way worse thing about black people. They say way worse things about Latino people. Say like way worse thing about, basically every demographic that like votes in a block against them. Yeah, no, absolutely not. I will treat the let me make a distinction really quick. I think there's a major difference between like MAGA people and just like conservatives, right? All the people that they call rhinos, those are like regular fucking conservatives with half a fucking brain. I'm not talking about them, okay? I'm talking about them fucking MAGA people. There's nothing that I could say in a nice way that would ever change their mind. There's no amount of facts that I could give them that would ever change their fucking minds. There's nothing in the world that Donald Trump could do in front of their faces that would ever change their fucking mind. So like, why, like, one day before the election, I have to like try and change these people's minds? Donald Trump has blatantly lied to them, and they know he's lied to them, and they like the lies. Like, the Haitians are eating cats and dogs. They know that that's a lie, and they're fine with it. So, like, why would I give a fuck about trying to, like, be nice to them, The new era. Do you want to jump on Discord and talk to me about Joe Biden Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump? Do you want to do that? Because you're more than welcome to, if you go ahead and click, if you chat in the chat there, ! Discord, he'll bring up Discord. You can join my server, and you can jump into a voice channel, have a nice little conversation with me, tell me what you think. What's Harris's best achievements? I'll tell you what her best achievements are if you jump into a voice call with me. Until then, I'm going to get through this fucking tweet, okay, that I've been trying to get through for the past, like, 20 minutes. I'm not going to get stun locked by one guy. Chester the Molester, you're also welcome too. All right, anyways. If Harris wins, red state secession is the last option for preserving liberty. Like, these people are simply anti-American. They don't care about America. They just hate liberals. If a liberal's in charge, everything is bad. If a conservative is in charge, everything is good. Well, not just a conservative. If Donald Trump is in charge. Okay? The idea that, oh no, my guy lost an election again, therefore I'm going to say like we should commit treason and break off from the United States of America is fucking insane. So I just responded with a good old meme here. This is too easy? Okay, buddy. It is much easier for you to sit there behind your screen too scared to jump into a voice call with me. Yeah, it is a lot easier to just type out a bunch of shit and then never respond to anything that I say. Yeah, it is a lot easier. But I also saw that this was tweeted out, but I don't know what it says, so I'm curious. Isn't that a BMW New Era? I don't know what that is.
I mean, if a friend came over for a beer and sat down next to me on the couch and said, hey, man, I just want you to know that I love you and your relationship is really important to me, I would find it extremely awkward. I would not have an eloquent response. It would be something like, cool. Thanks, man. So anyway, did you watch the game last night? It wouldn't even matter what game, any game. I just want to change the subject, basically, would be the goal there. I mean, if a friend came over for a beer and sat...
It's the first one. I can't have YouTube chat on Twitch. Oh, that guy's profile picture. Them tariffs on foreign imports. Enjoy repairs, bro. Fucking true. Fucking true. I mean, fuck. I had a Volkswagen, and that shit was ridiculous to try and repair. And that's not even a luxury brand, so. Anyways, I thought that would be more relevant to stuff that we might be talking about. I'm so curious as to what Mr. Econo Boy has to say about the... We're not going to watch all hour and 23 minutes of this. I'm just letting you guys know. We're going to watch the first two sections. Let's see. Democratic voting behavior and Republican strategy. I'm curious about what he has to say about voter enthusiasm. Yeah, we'll just start off here and we'll skip around.
Seen enough. Come Tuesday evening,
we're gonna speed it up a bit.
This will be my final prediction. I'll probably release this video Monday night or Monday morning or something like that. I'm not really sure. Fuck, maybe it'll come out Sunday at the time that I'm recording this. I'm not sure. You know, this is a challenging thing because I may have backed myself into a very...
Yeah, you're not buying American? You're not buying American cars? What are you, some sort of globalist European cuck? Come on. Come on, get yourself a fucking Ford.
Rosy picture for Democrats. And ultimately, I'm open to being very wrong. I mean, at the end of the day, and we'll talk about it as we come in.
And just to be clear, I am making no prediction. I legitimately have no idea who is going to win. In my head, there's a slight advantage for Harris. In my heart, I feel like we're in for another 4 years of Trump, and we're just going to waste away. We're just like choosing to, cede our position in the world as the global leader. But, I think you know who's got this. No, I legitimately don't. I think that there's a lot of here's the reason why. Because and I've said this a million times, and if this is your first time watching, then yeah. But like I've been saying this, it seems like everything that I see from Republicans / conservatives / MAGA people online and, on like interviews on TV and stuff like that, it all seems like they're astroturfing the fuck out of their messaging, right? It doesn't seem like anything is organic. And then on the other side, all of the Democrat stuff, whenever I see liberals talking about how Kamala's got this in the bag, it seems like cope. So like that's like the broad feeling that I get. I don't know who's gonna fucking win. I want Kamala to win, but I don't know who's gonna win. Something that's kind of pushing me towards there's some sort of internal polling or some sort of internal data that the Trump team has or the Kamala team, probably both teams have, showing that Trump is not pulling as much as he needs to in Pennsylvania right now, is that like, man, the amount of bullshit claims that got immediately fucking debunked about voter fraud stuff in Pennsylvania, especially, um, ramping up over the past like 2, 3, maybe 4 days has been unbelievable. I feel like there's something there's something happening there, but I don't know it. Like, there's two possibilities. Number one, there's just a bunch of fucking retarded people on the internet, and that's totally 100%. I mean, that's just true, right? There's just a ton of retarded people on the internet. Hey, I'm one of them, right? Number two is there something that they have is telling them that Trump is almost certainly going to lose Pennsylvania, barring some miracle on election day. I don't have access to that information. The news doesn't have access to that information. It's probably internal polling. And so they're like, fuck, we need to start, we need to start this now before the election even starts, before even one single vote has been counted, so that we can, kind of like sandbag and kind of, make it to where it seems like we got cheated, and then we can try and go from there through lawfare. Those are the two possibilities, and those are equally possible too. But I just, I don't know who's gonna win, dude. Vote for Harris if you don't want a dictator, racist, and Islamophobe. True. Very true. Trump day one doesn't stop the Ukraine war. 1,000,000%. He will never. Like, he's going to, like, if he ends the Ukraine war, it'll be by stopping sending any weapons over to Ukraine and allowing Ukraine to fucking die a slow, painful fucking death at the hands of Russia and North Korea, okay? That's how the Ukraine war will end if Donald Trump is in charge. And then all of the MAGA people will be seal clapping, okay? It is my first time. I'm enjoying it. Differences aside, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I have, despite everything, despite how hard I go on Republicans and MAGA people, the majority of my audience seems to be Republican. I don't know why, but I can be chill and I can be friendly, right? But like, damn, this shit's fucking crazy, and I need election day to be over. Okay, let's watch the video.
Into my actual prediction and why I think the things that I do. I just happen to think Democrats are going to do pretty well this election, and I think that there's strong reason to believe that. Of course, I might have like a lot of egg on my face. I remember
because I'm on
compilations
short
after
talent.
2016. TYT election night meltdown is a viral video, and there's so many different election night meltdowns that happen. I might be having an election night meltdown myself come Tuesday night, come Wednesday morning. Anyway, this is my prediction. This is my logic for this prediction, and we will see if this comes true. We are reading the tea leaves, as they've been saying on election Twitter. The polls don't tell us much as to who is going to win this election, in my view. And so we are forced to make some educated guesses. And I think that my educated guesses are reasonable. Before I get into that, I will announce here right now that I will be doing a live stream kicking off maybe Tuesday at 6 or 7 p.m. EST. Of course, that's November 5th. That's the day of the election. I will commit to streaming until we have 270 votes called. So I might be streaming for 30, 40 hours. How am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to sleep. What I'll probably do is just do a rebroadcast stream for maybe 4 or 5 hours a night if I need to. And so be on the lookout for that. I'll be streaming along with hundreds of other political streamers that night, and I'll be streaming very, very late into the night. I'll probably be in the top echelon of streamed hours during that night. I'm going to be doing that anyway, obviously, because I'm obsessively following this election. But
okay, Skip.
For those who have been following Live and Learn and my appearances on streams like...
Now, Econo Boy, if you're still watching, okay, this map is fucking insane. This map is fucking insane. Nevada is a coin toss. I would probably give Kamala a slight edge on Nevada. Arizona, I think, is going Trump, right? Well, New Era, if you want to argue, you're more than welcome. Again, if you type in !Discord, it'll bring up the Discord link. You can jump into a voice channel with me. We could have a chill conversation. We could have an angry conversation. Just depends. But yeah, if you want to, more than welcome to. But yeah, I don't think Harris wins Arizona unless something has changed in the do I even have it on my... No, I don't. 538. Damn, that shit narrowed. Yeah. this is going to Trump. I doubt. I mean, I wouldn't be mad. Hey, Socrates, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. 4 more people watching me cope and seethe about the election. And thank you for the follow, Link Retro. I appreciate it. We're just going over Econoboy's map here, which I think is a little bit of copium. I think Arizona is almost certainly going to Trump. It is a 69 nice chance of winning. I don't think Harris is winning Arizona. You voted today? Based. I sent in my mail-in ballot. Nope, that's not what I want. Where did the 270 win go? Damn it. 270 to win. If I'm being honest, I think that this is the most likely. Let me see here. Yeah, I think this is the most likely map. I think that Harris sweeps the Rust Belt. I think she loses North Carolina and Georgia unless there's something crazy that's happened here. What? Has that narrowed? No, it's only widened. So I don't think she's going to win Georgia. I doubt she's going to win North Carolina. Although I think this one is narrowed pretty significantly. No, it's only gotten worse. Crazy. Dropped off my ballot at the library for the win. I dropped it in the mailbox. South Carolina probably goes to Trump too. Did I have that? Oh yeah, South Carolina is almost certainly going to. I don't think that one was ever in play. Yeah, 99 times out of 100. Yeah, that one was never in play. Being bitter and angry takes practice. It's not some external thing that happens incidentally. True. When it comes to like people's attitudes around this stuff, like I think that there was always people talked really like there was a lot of big talk about how much people hated Republicans, how much people hated liberals before Trump. But I think that is just like grown so exponentially, you know. I think it's grown exponentially. But here's my thing. Like again, people who've watched me before know, like, I don't hate conservatives. And when I talk to like private conversations with so many liberals, you know, they don't hate conservatives per se. They fucking hate MAGA. They don't like what it represents. And they didn't realize how good we had it with the old conservative movement, that we had like policy disagreements on, but we didn't like have fundamental, complete, like different views, not of like worldviews. Obviously, conservatives had a different worldview than Democrats before. It's a total break from fucking reality. It is a total break from what you expect people to be okay with in polite society. It's just like the worst aspects of politics being brought to the front. And you know, there was a video, maybe we'll watch it here in a minute. Unfortunately, it's a Canadians video, so like if you can get if you can somehow get past the fact that he says a boot about 5 billion fucking times, then we can watch that, you know. But it's like, joke about the press being shot at his rally. Is that a new thing, or is that like from 2016? I haven't heard about that. Like it's just like so unsurprising. It's so unsurprising that he says shit like that. That like it could have been from 2016. It could have been 2019. It could have been in the midst of COVID. It could have happened literally fucking any time. It's just like so in character for him. New? Shoot it to me on Discord, someone. We didn't know how good we had it back when Obama was against gay marriage. You know, it sounds like a meme, but like unironically, yes. Unironically. But anyway, yeah. So like this is the map that I think is the most likely right here. I think that all the states you would expect to go blue are going to go blue. All the states that you would expect to go red will go red. I think this is the map right here. If I'm like being ultra, oh, you can even go lighter. There we go. So I'd say it's like this. Yeah, that looks about right. Am I forgetting anything? No. He was saying he was covered by glass on most sides, so the only way to get to him was by going through the press first, but he wouldn't mind that. I also just like even if he's going to be evil, at least like give me like a smart evil person, right? Instead of like the most retarded fucking person of all time who like everybody knows that he has this problem with optics. Everybody knows that he has this problem with like saying stupid shit that hurts him or allowing stupid shit to be said on his behalf, like at the Madison Square Garden thing. Like his team approved the stupid joke about Puerto Rico. Like it's his own fucking fault. Can't blame his rhetoric. Press celebrate / blame his attack on him. Both of the people that shot at him were conservatives. The first one just wanted to be a famous shooter. The second one was like a very clearly, if you've ever listened to the guy talk, a very clearly mentally ill dude who thought that killing Trump would give Ukraine a better shot. Yeah. I find your lack of faith to North Carolina lacking. It is lacking. It is lacking pursuit of knowledge. I don't think North Carolina is going to go to Kamala. I'll be very, very pleasantly surprised if it does. Don't get me wrong. I'll be very happy if it does, but I don't think it'll happen. I know the numbers on Mark Robinson, but that like I know that there's the down ballot effect. I've never heard of the up ballot effect. That someone below the presidential ticket running for governor or running for senator is so egregiously bad that it hands that state to the presidential election. If you can find me, well, I was going to say, if you can find me one example of that, then I'll change my mind. But no, I wouldn't change my mind with one example. I'd have to see several examples of that. The election is not till tomorrow. I know that. Yeah. Breaking news. Man spreading hate surprisingly affected himself by hate. Yeah. I am black-pilled, but I've been saying that the entire time. I simply don't want to get my hopes up, and like based off of everything I've seen, like I'm always ultimately skeptical of most things, right? I don't want to I never want to like just believe something because I saw one stat or like two stats or something like that and come off like a fucking idiot, you know? The amount of like information I've seen hasn't been enough for me to like say this is absolutely happening or that's absolutely happening, which sucks. I would love to be sitting here like cackling in people's faces, but anyways, let's keep going.
Twitch stream or some of the content that I've made over the last few months, what you will know is I have been parroting a lot of the same talking points for a little while now. I've been pretty consistent in this regard. I have said, look, I think things look good for Democrats. What you see here is essentially the most optimistic prediction. This is my own prediction. I'm locking this in. I think that Kamala wins every single swing state. That is the 7 swing states that we believe are reasonably likely to be close in terms of who actually wins their elections. I did not give Kamala Maine's 2nd congressional district. Of course, Maine and Nebraska, they split their congressional district.
1 second. Is it Kamala just not to? Oh wait, is it Kamala? I don't know why am I having a stroke? Why can't I finish the first 3 fucking words of this chat? Is it Kamala just to not have Trump, or is there more merit involved? I think that there's more merit involved. If you're actually genuinely interested in like why I would choose Kamala, like the primary reason is actually, yes, unironically, I think that Donald Trump is a uniquely like unfit person to lead our country. But like besides that, I can defend basically everything except for one policy that she's talked about. I think her economic policy is great, with the exception of the $25,000 first-time homebuyer tax credit. I think that that's pretty fucking insane. Hey, how's it going, Ted? I'm not holding up. I think that the $25,000 tax credit is a negative impact on that market. I don't know why. Well, I know why. They're buying votes like every politician ever does, right? So I think her economic policy, especially if she's going to be doing a continuation of the policies under Biden. I mean, look at any metric on the economy. Like there are like 2 or 3 sectors of our economy that are not doing well, or 2 or 3 markets that are like way too fucking expensive, like the housing market. But at the end of the day, like the Biden administration's economic, recovery from COVID has been like damn near miraculous. And people like to complain about the fucking media all the time, but this is my complaint about the media. They're trying to be way too both sidesy about things, right? Because they're scared about seeming too biased and losing viewership. And you can even see this. This isn't copium from a liberal. Okay, you can see this in their quarterly reports to their shareholders. Like they talk about like how we need to pivot to being more bipartisan in our coverage and shit like that, especially with like CNN. MSNBC is just blue MAGA, so don't pay attention to them. But anyway, so economic policies have been fucking just cracking. The industrial policy of the Biden administration has been really, really fucking good. I think that the foreign policy and making a hard stand on what our values are, and whether we're going to allow Russia and China to bully other nations into submission, whether through direct warfare or economic warfare, we're not putting up with that. I think that the way the Democrats have been operating for the past 4 years has been really, really cool. There's been an economic shift slightly to the right, maybe you could say, because I feel like their policies that they were talking about in 2018 were way more left-leaning, but they pivoted away from that in order to, not scare away people. The AOC type economic plans just aren't where the party is anymore. They're much more centrist in their economic plans. They're very pro-union. They're very pro-industrial policy for the things that we should be producing here in the United States when it comes to like components for computers and stuff like that. Meanwhile, they're also being very, very open to foreign trade when it comes to, moving away from having most of our trade come from China. The Biden administration's been moving away from that and trying to diversify from which countries we get all of our stuff from and who we trade with, getting better deals for America. I think that the way that the Biden administration was able to bring down inflation faster than anyone else in the OECD or whatever the fuck is incredible. I think that, I think that unironically, I would say that the Biden administration has been the best presidency of my entire lifetime. They were able to get things done that every other president in my lifetime, from Bill Clinton to now, every single president has said, I'm going to do an infrastructure bill. All right, we're going to bring back manufacturing for high-end, components, Every single president has said that, including Trump. No president except for Joe Biden was able to get that done. And he didn't do it through executive fiat. He did it through what? bipartisan means going through Congress. He didn't rule through executive fiat like Donald Trump is saying that he's going to do, because he knows that he can't bring the Congress and the Senate together behind his ideas. It'll never happen because he's a bad deal maker. So okay, we gotta finish the video though.
Votes. I, for one, think that there just is so little data coming out of that region. It's just so difficult for me to say who is going to win that district. Trump won it by a large margin in 2020. I just wouldn't be surprised to see him win it again in 2024. Kamala hasn't done any campaigning there as far as I'm aware. And I suppose it's also inconsequential. So I guess it's not a big deal if I call that right or wrong. You could say the same thing about Nebraska's 1st district. Now, I'll caveat this prediction right off the bat and say I just, frankly, just wouldn't be surprised if this was completely wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump comes in and wins every swing district. I suppose I should say that I would be surprised, but I would at the very least recognize the potential hubris in being overly confident with this prediction, because obviously, look, again, the polls, the most scientific measurement we have on who's going to win, they just don't really tell us much in this election, and I'll explain why. But we'll get into that. This is my presidential election. I think Kamala wins every swing state, and let's get into the reasons why I think that. And
wait, what? Biden has not got that done yet? What are you talking about? Didn't Intel's new fab plant just start producing finally after construction? I think that they just opened up, or or was I hearing like they're planning on opening up in like the next couple of weeks or something? Intel fab plant open. Oh, maybe it was Intel that was not able to. What is the, was it NVIDIA or was it Intel? Who was it that did it? Fabs take like 10 years to make? Okay, maybe I'm mixing up stories in my head. I'm an independent. I support deportation, but mainly just of one person, Elon Musk. You know what? On one hand, I think what would be like so funny, because there have been some like talk about Elon Musk breaking campaign finance laws and saying like, if Trump wins, I'm fucked. They're gonna send me to jail. I think it would be so fucking funny if just like nothing happened to him. Nobody came after him. Nobody said anything about him after the election. Blah, 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 blah. None of the elected Democrats did. They just like let it lie for like a year. And they were like, hey, Elon, so about a year ago, you dumped $1 billion something into this, Save America PAC because you thought we were going to throw you in jail. Why did you think we were going to throw you in jail? And has anyone contacted you from the government about like, getting you on the record saying something or anything like that, I think that shit would be so fucking funny. Just like nothing happens and then like blast it out in front of the entire country like, hey, this guy said that we were going to come after him and we're not. And it still hasn't happened and it's not going to happen. Is anyone going to call him on this? But let's also check DMs. Oh shit, I got like 5 DMs over here. Oh, was I hearing that a new one was about to start getting built? Is that what I heard? I don't even remember how long ago I heard this. I thought it was like in the past week I heard something. Here, I'll look at that in 1 second. What is this? Okay, sorry, I had to respond to someone. How do you get rid of the heart on the screen? I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. I'm sorry, I can't see it. Read the image text. A rendering shows early plans for 2. Oh, this is just a rendering? That's a high quality rendering. Early plans for 2 new leading edge Intel processor factories in Licking. Oof, what a horrible county name. Licking County, Ohio. This is why nobody wants to live in Ohio, dude. How's it going, Abby? Announced on January 21st, 2022, the 20 billion project spans nearly 1,000 acres. Okay, maybe that's what I was hearing about. I don't know what I heard then. My bad. I spread false information. And what is this? What is the format of this website, dude?
Hey, babe.
Yeah.
You want to hear a joke?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
A young man prays to...
1 second. I don't trust. I'm sorry. I don't trust this. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, okay. I thought there was going to be like a slur in there or something.
Hey, babe.
Yeah.
You want to hear a joke?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
A young man prays to God to heal his stutter. He says, Father, heal me. And so God sends everyone in the village to this young man's hut to bring remedies to him. A shaman shows up with healing crystals. A shepherd brought warm goat's milk. Even a priest performed an exorcism. Finally, a prostitute arrives at the boy's hut. She walks into the young man's room. And she says to him, what I'm about to perform will be such a powerful sensation that it will cure you of this. I have to suck the stutter out of you. The young man looks at her kind of funny and then says in perfect speech, you mean an exorcism?
I don't get it. Wait, what?
Cure you of this. I have to suck the stutter out of you. The young man looks at her kind of funny.
Oh. The priest got him. Okay, gotcha. That's bad. That's bad.
And
Okay.
perhaps why I could be wrong as we get into these
You know, see, this is the mind of a pure person. Okay, this is the mind of someone who doesn't think about, child sexual assaults. I never think about that shit. That's you guys, okay? That's all you guys. That's not me. That's you.
reasons. Well, reason number one, and I'll pull up some census data real quick. So as you can see here, this is some census data that I have compiled. The U.S. Census, they do population estimates on a yearly basis. You can see that this is the population estimate from census to census, so from 2010 to 2020, and then they do estimates in between. And their data goes all the way up to 2023. So I take their data set from 2010 to 2019, and I combine it with their data set from 2020 to 2023. And you can see that the increases and decreases here seem pretty logical. We seem to be gaining 1 or 2 million people a year in terms of population. And unfortunately, this data set actually, if I go...
Oh, also, I have not heard about that, but if you send me an article about it, I'd like to look at it. I bet this is more your speed. Bro, please let me finish a video. Oh, I've seen this. This is much more my speed. Oh, I didn't even have the audio.
What are you doing? Oh. What else was that?
Remy! No! What the fuck? Bye! Fuck you.
Wait, that's all I saw. There's 3, or there's more.
Oh shit. You can't have that. You can't have that.
I just like how the guys are taking it so gingerly. The guys are taking it so gingerly from the baby, and then the grandma fucking snatches that shit from him, snatches that shit out the baby's hand.
What are you doing? What do you have in your hand? What do you got there? A knife? That is dangerous. What is going on, fool?
Grandpa don't give a fuck.
Fuck, you weren't gonna get the knife out of her hand.
He's just sitting there. He can't step away. He's playing League right now. He can't step away for even a second. He's locked in. Okay, no more jokes.
All the way to the far left, it's by age, right? So you can see, you know, how many people who are, I guess, less than 1 year old are in the country. How many people are 1 year old, 2 year old, 3 year old, all the way up to more than 100. And this is actually was 100 or more, and I just made it 100 because it makes the data sorting a little bit easier. But what you'll notice, obviously, is this is not a generational, you know, measured population, right? So, you know, someone who is 5 years old in 2010, generationally, these age brackets are getting pulled forward because boomers as a group are getting older, and millennials as a group are getting older, all the way to Gen Alphas who are continuously being born right now. And so let's go into how I kind of sorted this out and how it has to do with my election predictions. So,
Wait, Gen Alpha is still being born? Oh, okay.
let's look at this here. And on this right here, I'll get into that later. But I sort these into these buckets. So we've got the greatest generation, the silent generation, Boomer, Gen X, Millennial, Gen Z, Gen A. So these are sort of all the generations that are alive today. And I think greatest generation is actually just anyone born before 1928, because I guess literally nobody's alive that was from the generation before the greatest generation. But anyway, so we start to compile these age bands here, right? So we see, okay, you know, the oldest that a greatest generation, or the youngest, I should say, that someone from the greatest generation was in 2010 was 82. The oldest that they could have been in 2010 was 107. And you see that this band goes up over time as, you know, 2024, the youngest greatest generation, or, you know, your Jimmy Carter estimate,
Okay, I get it.
2024. And we see that the changes between now in 2016 and now in 2024. And what I found
Damn, that's really fucking sad. Just 4 years ago, there were 3 million people from the greatest generation still alive. Now there's less than 1 million. Oh no, that was in 2020. What is it in 2024? Oh, there's only 500,000 left. Dog.
when I saw this was actually quite unbelievable. What I found was that there had actually been way more old people who had died, even between now and 2020, than I had previously thought. You know, if you had told me, oh, 1 million old people had died between now and 2020, I'd have been like, okay, I mean, that sounds right. The answer is actually more like 10 million, right? I mean, you know, you can look at these sums here, right, where we take the population of people in the greatest generation and we subtract that from the population on this data here in 2016, I guess you could say.
Yeah, let's
is
get
from
past the
39
fucking boring
start to
shit.
add all of these different things together. But that's to say that old people dying off is probably a good thing for the chances of the Democrats to win the election. It's not to say that I want all these old people to die or anything. It's just descriptively, obviously, it's the case that, hey, these old people dying off is probably something that benefits Democrats' electoral chances on net. Now, the last thing that I'll say about this data is when we look at let's just go to the turnout by age group over time. And this is just Statista. I don't know exactly where they get this data, but this data seems about right from what I'm familiar with. Now, what you'll see here is, you know, it essentially goes in order from age, right? And so you can see that essentially as you get older, you know, you go from 18 to 24, you know, 25 to 44, 45 to 64, 65 plus. There's essentially a linear increase in your likelihood to vote. That is that just as you get older, you just tend to vote more, right? That it is somewhat rare for that not to be the case. I guess you can see back in the early days, you see, I guess you see here that people who were, you know, late middle aged were more likely to vote than the very oldest, but that just doesn't seem to be the case in our modern political landscape. And you see that as you get older, you're more likely to vote. I don't think that this general truth, let's say, that as you get older, you're more likely to vote is going to change. Now, if we go back to this Excel data that
I don't have
compiled
that
here,
data
what
talent.
we find is that
Sorry.
in 2016, millennials were between the ages of 20 and 35, right? Which is to say that their expected turnout rate based on this data here in 2016, I guess you could say, is from 39% to 49%, right? So not a very high turnout rate for millennials, and obviously people even younger, it's even lower than that, of course. Now, millennials then, as they get into 2020, and especially as they get into 2024, go from 20 to 35 to 28 to 43. And what you can see here is that as you transition on median from those age brackets from 20 to 35 to 28 to 43, your likelihood of voting essentially goes up by about 10 points, right? It goes up significantly, your propensity to vote. And one thing that we've seen, that I've seen, many different, I don't know if you call them studies, but many different sort of analysts and, data aggregators have pointed out, that seems to be true for other generations that isn't true about millennials, is millennials don't seem to be getting very, very much more conservative as they get older. And so at the same time that we see boomers and their political influence dying off in obviously a literal and metaphorical sense, we see millennials coming into their sort of more prime, high propensity voting years. And we also see that they don't seem to be transitioning to supporting Republicans and more conservative governments. Now, we can speculate and maybe get into it as to why that's the case. Maybe Trump doesn't appeal to millennials as much as somebody like a Nikki Haley or a McCain or whoever might have potentially appealed to them. Millennials, obviously, they enter the job market in 2008, immediately get faced with COVID, and we see, sort of this right-wing shift of, from the neocons to the Tea Party to the MAGA movement. And for some reason, millennials are just like not that likely to support Republicans relative to other generations as they start to age into what apparently is supposed to be their conservatism. It just doesn't seem to be happening, which is
I'd say that's probably. I think that the Republican Party has shot themselves in the dick on millennials because of gay marriage and abortion. I think those two things have been just an absolute disaster for Republicans. I don't know why they never pivoted in the way that they ought to have, especially in the face of, like, when was gay marriage, legalized? What, 2015? Maybe 2014? I think it was 2015 though. Like, the fact that their messaging has gotten stronger over time, that like we need to get rid of gay marriage, especially in the base, it turns off a lot of millennials. I think that and abortion are probably the two biggest things, because millennials are like the third generation removed from, like the women's, no, maybe 4 generations removed from like women's liberation movements. Like if you go back to like the earlier ones in like the early 1900s, right, when women got the 19th Amendment. I think that looking at the way people acted in like, look at like the 60s, the 70s. It was really around the 80s that women started entering like the professional workforce in numbers. And like past that, you can't like do the, like the patriarchal fucking, paternal attitude towards all women, like they're just little girls that can't take care of themselves. And I think that there was a moment in time where Republicans almost moved away from that, but then Donald Trump came back in. Okay, Donald Trump came back in, and more, like even more conservative people started getting more of a voice, and those even more conservative people started talking about repealing the 19th Amendment, and they started talking about women like they're like fucking trash. Look at the way that, but if you're on Twitter at all, okay, if you're on Twitter at all and you follow politics on Twitter at all, you're going to see some right-wing accounts say that like women just shouldn't be allowed to vote because they're ruining the fucking country, and they're all whores that just want to like have sex and then abort their babies. Like, what? You don't have any more of a positive message for women under like a Republican leadership? Come on. It started in 1850-ish with the birth of the Republican Party. I thought that they were from like the 1830s, but Republicans were on the right side of history until they weren't. Like I'll give the historical Republican Party credit where credit's due, but they flipped from being the people that freed the slaves to the ones that wrote the Southern strategy and then rode with that strategy, possibly even till today, like they ceded that ground, right? And it's the same thing with like minority voters, man. When it comes to Black and Latino voters, et cetera, like you look at the way that Democrats message to them and you look at the way that Republicans message to them, and there's a reason why, even though there's been some movement in the past couple of years for Trump, there's a reason why people in minority communities vote Democrat. There's a reason. And it like conservative, like the social conservatism, Jesus Christ, I can't speak, is really big in Black and Latino communities. Why aren't these people, like accessible voters for the Republican Party? Like Latinos tend to be Catholic, right? Tend to be, you know, very socially conservative, not very pro-gay, not very pro-trans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And yet, for some reason, Republicans think that these are unattainable voters for them. And it makes no sense unless you think about the way that Republicans talk about minority voters, right? How their base talks about minority voters, how especially like the lower down on the totem pole in terms of, you know, local, state, and then federal politicians, how politicians talk about minority voters. It's like, man, you guys could ruin the Democrats if you had some kind of messaging that didn't turn off all these minority voters. It's just, why can't you get these people? And it's because, sorry, I don't say it very much, but there's a twinge of racism that people detect when Republican politicians talk about minority voters. People can detect that shit. People don't like the way that they talk about them. I don't understand, you know? Think of the Muslim city council that banned LGBT flags. Yeah, Muslim voters. But the Republican Party isn't welcoming to Republican or to Muslim voters. Sorry, I've been behind on chat. But you can't attribute randos on Twitter to the Republican elected officials. You're somewhat right on that, right? Or just stuck in their ways. No, man, I think that like there's definitely there's something there, right? That it's sometimes it's like intangible, sometimes it's in your face, but there's like a general attitude or like pervasive feeling that has this, that's underlying there that turns off so many black voters. I mean, like, if you're a black dude, maybe you know more about it than I do, but this is just like both what I've seen in terms of like the overall picture of where people are voting, and also just like you know, people that I've known who are black and people that I've seen talk about this online that are black, and it's like, man, you know, like this is an untapped voter base for conservatives, but they like shoot themselves in the dick constantly over it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Then why don't I feel it? Same reason why like I am a white guy and I don't feel like the entire world is against me. Like, depending on your social circles and the media that you consume, you're gonna have a completely different feeling and like outlook on the world, right? The types of shit that you see is going to be very different than the type of shit that I see, or the type of shit that another black dude sees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But like I am the target demographic for conservatives right now, right? I am a white dude in my late 20s who you know is relatively poor, still in college, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But there's not a single thing about the Republican Party that is appealing to me right now, right? Now that I'm a little bit older and I understand more about like the economy, looking back at older Republicans, yeah, I do see some appeal there, right? There's like they're a little bit smarter about what the economy does and doesn't do, a little bit smarter about like our geopolitical stuff, but they ceded all that ground because they're trying to go like hyper populist. There's nothing for me there, right? When I see the messaging for young white men, right, or younger in my age bracket, 18 to 24, 25 to 30, yeah, it's like the most doomer, like they stole your white girlfriend, and you know, you being the captain of the football team from you, and blah 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 blah, you know. And it's like actually I feel like I've been pretty happy and pretty comfortable, all things considered, despite being relatively poor, right? Like, I don't feel like the world is against me. I don't feel like society is against me as a white guy. I don't feel like you know, globalism has made me out to feel weak or emasculated or anything like that. It's just something that's not it's not connecting with me, you know? So that might be the same thing for you in terms of Republican messaging if you're a black dude, but yeah. Flashbacks of Shapiro gatekeeping Dave Rubin. You could say the Dems started the Southern strategy. They said, fuck you, I'll get more votes this way. And the Republicans were like, we'll play ball. Well, I think that theirs was less of like the Southern strategy and more like they just hated black people until FDR built some inroads. And then JFK came in, who I can't ever remember. No. JFK was a Republican. And then Lyndon B. Johnson was a Democrat that he chose as his vice president, right? And then Lyndon B. Johnson was like, well, we're going to carry this on. And then Democrats had that under their belt because JFK got, I mean, obviously, he had a really bad headache for like about 2 milliseconds and then no longer is with us. Black people will give Trump the victories in New York and New Jersey. True. Society isn't against you as a white guy, but the Democrats are. Society will be too if they have their way. Nope, I don't. I've been told too many things about what the Democrats are going to do if they get in power. My entire life, I lived for 12 years of my life. No, wait, hold on. 15 years of my life. 3 of them I wasn't very conscious for under Clinton, but yeah, like I've lived, you know, the overwhelming majority of my life under Democrats, and none of the things that people always said were going to happen if Democrats got elected ever happened. Meanwhile, some of, if not most of, the things that people said would happen if Republicans got elected did happen under Trump and under George Bush. So I think I'm pretty comfortable with what I'm saying. Democrats are far different now than they used to be. Yeah, I think that in 2018 and 2019, they were a lot more cringe, and now they're a lot more based. They're like a perfect fusion, okay? They're like a perfect fusion of all of the good policies, like, of the old Republican Party and some of the economic policies, I think. Although I'm not old enough to know every single policy or what they had in mind. And all of the good policies socially that the Democrats had, and they dropped all the bad ones. Like, I think that right now, where the Democratic Party is exactly where I'm at, which is crazy to say that I'm not politically homeless anymore. The Democratic Party really does represent exactly what I think. Outside of a few exceptions, obviously. It's not like 100%. It's probably like in the low 90s, you know?
Is all to say that in sum total, millennials are more likely to vote. They're more likely to vote for Democrats than previous generations as they get older. Gen Zers are just the icing on top because those guys are like, you know, very, very much to the left of center. And, you know, you're probably going to see an exit poll that shows Gen Zers, you know, people under 25, probably 2/3 of those people are going to vote for Kamala. Now, they're not going to vote, as we see, they're not going to probably vote at an incredibly high turnout rate.
Boy, back in chat.
But those demographic transformations and advantages, as you see millions of Gen Zers come into the voting pool and you see millions of boomers leave the voting pool and you see millennials start to just enter voting a lot of times for the first time as they get older, these are all sort of directionally things that benefit the Democrats. Now, that's some demographic transformation. Some other things that I think benefit Democrats slightly, I'll talk about them briefly. I think that urbanization benefits the Democrats over time. You know, what you can see here is just a slight increase in urbanization over time. You know, projected increase in urbanization, you see from 2020, we're at about 82.6%. And then you see it goes all the way to 2030, you know, linearly increases to about 85%. Urbanization tends to benefit Democrats just because when you throw, I don't know why, you know, for some reason when you throw a bunch of people into the same space, you know, force them to work together, work in and around each other, people's politics just tends to moderate significantly. They don't necessarily become, you know, dyed-in-the-wool Democrats or left-wingers or anything like that. Now, to be fair, a lot of them do. But you just don't really see a lot of people who are like stubbornly MAGA supporters in major cities. What you'll often see is a mixture of moderate conservatives and people on the left wing in that spectrum in between, right? And so urbanization trends over time probably yields, you know, this is a marginal thing that favors Democrats. You know, one thing in North Carolina specifically people will talk about is North Carolina has a lot of liberals in the state, but they are a state with an urban population that's relatively low as a percentage compared to maybe some of these other states that are more likely to go blue. And I've heard people like Noah Smith, they've actually replicated this in things that he said before, where he'll say something like, you know, the difference between blue states and red states is that the blue cities are blue everywhere, but red states have smaller cities and blue states have bigger cities, right? And I think maybe a more abstract way to point that is urbanization oftentimes is way higher in blue places than it is in red places. This is a trend that generally favors Democrats, again, on the margin. Got to keep that in mind. Now, that's something that favors Democrats as well. Something that's also difficult to put numbers behind, you know, I've seen an analysis which shows that this, you know, and this includes boomers as well, but also Gen Xers, that something like, you know, a net 100 or 200,000 people have died who are conservatives from COVID. Now, something that's just, you know, a terrible thing that happened in this country, obviously, is that a lot of conservatives and, to this day, just like don't believe that the COVID vaccine works, even though it clearly does, and there's not really great evidence to say the other, otherwise. Let's say, even though that's the case, there's just a lot of conservatives that just like don't trust the COVID vaccine. They just don't trust it.
Okay, there's
And
gotta be some
that is
stuff
like a
that
very
we,
real thing. That
some stuff that we skip over just
something
because
as well
it's
that
so
is,
long
that is
of a video.
difficult
Sorry,
to quantify, and is almost certainly a marginal thing that helps Democrats, is that Trump, for the last increasingly since 2016, he said voter fraud. I would have won California if it wasn't for 3 million illegals voting in California. Was a statement that he said, something along those lines. He didn't quite stoke the claims of election fraud like he did in 2020, but then he did what he did in 2020. And there were many commentators that came out and said, well, the reason the Democrats won the 2 Georgia Senate elections in 2020 was because there was a large number of Republicans that just like didn't think that their vote mattered. This is one of the reasons any political strategist or political commentator would tell you, well, obviously you don't tell your voters your vote doesn't count. You don't express a view that the vote is rigged and there's no point in voting, because there is some margin of people who will take that seriously, who will say, well, what is the point of voting, right? And I'm not saying this is millions of Republicans. I'm not saying it's even hundreds of thousands. But again, there might be tens of thousands of Republicans across the whole country, right? So just a marginal effect, who say, well, my vote doesn't matter. They're going to rig it anyway for the Democrats. What's the point in voting? And that is in conjunction with Trump like openly encouraging. Now, we've seen a little bit of this go away in 2024. We'll have to see how entrenched those opinions are, where Trump will tell his people, vote in person on election day. Again, a political strategist, like no one would tell you should tell your supporters to choose a less convenient way to vote. They would say, well, of course you should encourage your supporters to vote early, vote by mail if they need to. Ultimately, vote in whatever way you want that's most convenient. The way that you see yourself voting, vote in that way, right? Because again, if you tell all your supporters to vote on election day in person, there's just gonna be some margin of them that they forget that election day is happening. They forget to stand in line. It turns out they had to pick up their kids. They had an emergency. They're too sick to vote. Like there's just
Or the line is so fucking long because all of them are only going to vote in person that they leave, which is entirely, absolutely a thing. Does anybody remember? I think it was 20. It might have been 2020. It might have been 2022, where there was like an 8-hour wait in like 3 or 4 precincts in Kentucky, and the Democrats ended up getting eking out a win because a lot of Republicans just were like, fuck it, we're gonna win anyways, and so they just fucking left the line,
all these many decentralized circumstances as to why it is the case.
Hey, Letner Goat, Republicans were the uniting party. Nixon and Reagan's landslide victories speak for themselves. They might have been, but I don't know if you know this, the 70s were 50 years ago. The 80s were 40 years ago. That was a long time ago, older than I am. And the Republican Party of the 80s is very different from the Republican Party of today. Right? Do you disagree? Because a lot of Republicans nowadays look at the policies of Reagan and they're like, hey, fuck this guy. How cucked were we?
That telling your supporters to only vote in person on election day is just like not a good thing. You're going to lose some portion
Yeah, the Dems are very different. The Dems are even more based.
of people. And so that favors the Democrats. Now, that is actually harder to quantify, I think, than any of the other things that I mentioned. But that is a margin of people that is lost to the Republicans because of basically just poor strategy, right? And it's hard to say, like I said, how quantifiable that is, but it is certainly something that is reasonable to think exists in some fashion. Now, one thing as well that I think is going in the Democrats' favor is the fact that Democrats have compositionally, and I've been saying this in other shows, they've compositionally lost their advantage with low propensity voters. Now, what does that mean? Democrats historically have relied on low propensity voters. Now, typically when we think of a low propensity voter, we might think of lower income people. We might think of people with less education. We might think of people of color, black voters and people like that who, for various reasons, just don't tend to vote as much as a percentage of their own group as other groups do. And
Okay.
I think
I want to skip
now,
to voter enthusiasm.
I mentioned enthusiasm. I don't want to overstate the significance of this polling. Some people have said, well, hey, this is a sign that we are in for a Democratic landslide. And I think this is but one of those things that you add on top. This is not the end-all be-all in and of itself, but let's look at enthusiasm. Voter enthusiasm during the 2024 presidential.
Whoa! I didn't know that. I thought that the Republicans were as enthusiastic as Democrats were. This is actually super surprising to me. The feeling that I had, was that Democrats were only just now as enthusiastic about voting as Republicans were. I thought that they were much more enthusiastic this entire time. Huh.
election, you see there is a gap. You see there's a 10-point gap between Democrats and Democrat leaners and Republican leaders. Now, this goes from May. I suppose I should scroll down a little bit. This goes from May of 24 to October of 24. And this is just a poll of enthusiasm over time. We see a big gap. Now, what does this look like in historical terms? This is what some people have kind of pointed to. They'll say, well, would you look at this if we extended this out from 2024 all the way back to 2000 on the same thing? What you'll see is Democrats are actually historically enthusiastic. 77% of Democratic leaders are enthusiastic. They're feeling more enthusiastic. 76% was the case in 2008. Now, the reason why I think this isn't necessarily a sign in and of itself that Democrats are going to landslide is because when we look at the enthusiasm of Republicans, it is also higher than 2008. And so the gap here isn't quite as big, about a 15-point gap in enthusiasm. But again, if I told you that one part, if I only told you two pieces of information.
Really? The enthusiasm is higher than under Obama? Huh. Well, okay. Sorry, that's just like super fucking surprising to me.
One party has a 10-point advantage in enthusiasm relative to another party. Well, you would say if that's all I have to go off of, I
His
would say
voodoo,
that,
he
the party
pulled
with
it
higher
off his-
enthusiasm are probably more likely to
He
win. This is just
created
another one of
this-
those things.
this
Democrats
data,
are very
yes.
enthusiastic. It just seems that that's the case. And what we see in 2016, again, another one of those things that adds on to the hindsight of Trump winning in 2016. Democrats had lower enthusiasm than Republicans in 2016. Lower enthusiasm than Republicans in 2016. And so keep that in mind as well as just, again, another one of those things to add on to the narrative of, well, the Democrats are actually doing pretty well, I guess, in this election. Now, that's on enthusiasm. On the actual polls themselves. So a lot of Republicans will say, and I was confronted with this criticism at some point in a show that I was on, of like, well, if the polls were in favor of the Democrats would be, they would be saying, oh my goodness, the polls are in favor of us, right? Like, look at the polls. We did that in 2016 and 2020, and we had to eat a bag of shit because, well, the polls were wrong in 2016. And the polls were, I guess you could say, like, directionally they were correct. They showed the Democrats winning, and the Democrats did win. But that was an election that was so substantially closer than anyone thought it was going to be because of the polls. Now, I've maintained that if you look at the top line of the polls in 2020, what you'll find is that actually the top lines of those polls, it says, oh, Biden has 52%, he ends up getting 51% of the vote. The problem is a lot of those polls, like in Wisconsin, the aggregate would be something like Biden 51, Trump 44. So the headline would be like, oh, the polls missed by 8 points because it predicts, Biden to win by 8 points. But really, what we see in those polls is that the undecided voters are so much more likely to just like flip to Trump in that election, the way that they polled in that election. And so we're forced to confront some.
Hey, really quick, just as a quick aside, did anybody see the guy who shot Osama bin Laden quote tweet the like new liberal debater guy who's a little bit soy? Sorry, he's a little soy. The guy who shot Osama bin Laden said, "You're not men, you're boys. If there was no social media, you would be my concubines." What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on here? What the fuck is going on? We need a total pause. We need a total pause on all conservatives on social media until we figure out what the hell is going on. Until we understand what the hell is going on. What the fuck is this, guys? Not my bitches, my concubines. I think he had a follow-up tweet. One second. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, come on. Oh, there's another one. Oh, weird. He did it again, man. Oh, Puddin', you're so sweet. Can someone please tell me what the fuck is going on here? That shit's so fucking weird. Okay, Sorry, that was just a quick aside.
Questions about the polls if we're Democrats. Because
Oh wait,
the polling
Sieg is
currently,
in chat. How's it going?
especially if you include all of the right-wing pollsters, if you include the right-wing pollsters, which have exploded in terms of quantity since 2020, the polls look quite bad for Democrats. Now, if you only include sort of your establishment, your sort of institutional pollsters that we come to know and respect, your major media outlets, your Marist, your Seltzer, these kind of guys. What those polls seem to show, and I'll talk about Seltzer later, actually, is a close race, like pretty much just like a total toss-up, right? You'll see the aggregates say something like, 48 to 48, which is to say, like, not very useful information. Like, well, who's going to win? I don't know. It might as well flip a coin, right? And so the polls don't tell us a lot of great information, and I think that they're almost certainly incorrect. And the reason I say that, it is not because of, like a right-winger in 2016 or 2020 would say that the polls are conspiring against Trump.
Are we insinuating you can't be a gay Navy SEAL? No, you can be gay in a Navy SEAL. What is weird is I don't think that, like, even if the guy was gay, it would be normal to say that, like, a bunch of young-looking men would be his concubines. Okay? Maybe it's just a personal thing that I think people are getting weirder in a bad way online, okay? Yeah, you know what? True. All seamen are just a wee bit gay. Just a wee bit. He likes to shoot guys in the face. It's just with these ones he doesn't want to do it with a gun. Don't do this, guys. We need to stop.
And the media is so biased, and we're in our echo chambers, and there's some combination of just like a incredible incompetence and conspiracy that leads the polls to be so wrong in 2016, 2020. And why some Republicans will say, well, the polls were wrong in 16 to 20, they must be wrong again, so it's actually like an R+5 environment, Trump's headed for a landslide. I think that this is incorrect because, as Harry Enton from CNN points out, polls do consistently underestimate a candidate, but they don't do that typically for 2 elections in a row. And we can think, sort of behaviorally how this would of course be the case, that pollsters rely on the funding from various, news agencies and nonprofits and donations, from other people.
Bro, if your cum is coming out like a shotgun, you need to go to the doctor, okay? Do not, if it's a single barrel shotgun, bro, there's something wrong, man. There's something wrong.
To conduct these polls. And their credibility
Coming through
is
a
in
fucking
their
spaghetti
predictions. Obviously,
strainer.
if you run a poll and it says, 60 to 40 this candidate, but it ends up being 60 to 40 the other candidate, well, you don't have a lot of credibility as a pollster, obviously. I mean, that seems trivially the case. That's your job as a pollster. And so pollsters historically, if they found themselves overestimating or underestimating, especially the same exact candidate, in this case, we've got Trump running 3 times in a row, his 3rd time in a row in 2024, they're going to radically adjust their methodology. And we've seen news story after news story of them doing this in response to the misses of 16 and 20. And Harry Enton has pointed out that we've never seen the same person, the same party underestimated 3 elections in a row. And what we saw in 2022 was because of changes in who is likely to vote in a midterm and because of changes in the Democratic base and all these things, we saw the Democrats actually overperformed their polling in 2022 in various state level polls. We would see something like, we'd see like the Michigan gubernatorial race. Oh, Whitmer's going to win by 3. She ends up winning by like 13 or 14. Right? We see the same thing in Pennsylvania. He ends up winning that race by a landslide. Josh Shapiro does. So we seem to have evidence that the polls, and when you look at special elections as well, have been underestimating Democrats for basically the last 2 years.
I did.
And so what we're forced to ask ourselves is Trump the special candidate who is going to unprecedentedly be underestimated by the polls for the first time, like ever, 3 times in a row? Or is the trend of Democrats recently being underestimated probably?
One thing that I wish that I knew what the article where it came from. But there was some pollster who was talking about the industry, the polling industry, right? And talking about how nervous pollsters are right now to get the polls wrong again, right? They haven't been like super off every single time, right? Like the midterms, like they're not super off every single time, right? But they've been off more than they ever have been because of Trump, right? And according to this pollster, like, because it's their livelihoods, because like if there is no trust in the polls, if there is no accuracy in the polls, then they go out of business. They all lose their fucking jobs, right? A lot of them have overcorrected for Trump. That is something that someone in the industry has said. And I would be really interested to see if that is the case. Because if they're overestimating Trump by even a point in some of these places, like Harris runs away with it, you know? They ban it doesn't always work in favor of the Democrats, no, because I think what was it in which midterms was it recently? It was either 2018 or 22 where they underestimated the Democrats, overestimated the Republicans. Oh, the Iowa poll that came out, the Ann Seltzer poll. It has been fairly accurate, and by fairly accurate, they've been correct. I think since 2008. Maybe, but the thing is, I'm not sure how that would actually benefit the Democrats. Is to kill the voting incentive. Yeah, I don't think that. I don't think that that's how that works. I think that you can point towards either side of the equation of polls. Like good polls could be something that gets people to go out and vote, right? Because they're excited and they think that they're going to win and they want to go out there and show that the polls are correct. And then on the other side, they can see that the polls are like super off and they're, like now we really got to vote because we're down and we got to make sure that all of our votes count. Like you can make that argument either way. But they are not smart people. Well, then if you're going to like make the argument, it has to be strong in one direction. You can't have an argument that goes both ways, right? If you don't vote because of a poll, then frankly, you're hopeless. True. I think the closer the race, the more the drive. Well, according to the enthusiasm graph that we saw a second ago, not necessarily.
Probably because of a lot of those changes in polling methodology. Is that trend going to continue into?
By the way, if you guys haven't already, please consider subscribing. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribing to the channel. This is a political stream, but we do all sorts of stuff. We talk about all sorts of entertainment shit and the internet news. It's just that this is like the big thing right now. But I am a political science student. I know quite a bit about what's going on in the world right now, both foreign politics or foreign policy and domestic policy in the U.S. I'm also a gamer, so if you like this sort of stuff, like, comment, subscribe, whatever the fuck. Also, and if you guys want to support me, if you're watching on YouTube, there is a super chat option, or you can use !donate, and I'll go ahead and throw that into the Twitch chat. If you guys want to support me, any little bit helps. I am poor. I am hungry. I am ready to do anything to bleed you guys dry.
2024. Because again, the polls almost always underestimate one of the candidates. Right? It's probably not the case that the polls are just on the money on this one. It's probably not going to be that Kamala gets 48% of the vote nationally, Trump gets 48% of the vote, and then, I guess the other 4% goes to various third parties. The pollsters are probably underestimating somebody, and I think they're probably underestimating Kamala, in part because of all those reasons that I mentioned. Democrats being more likely to vote, the incredible sort of paranoid level of trauma related to underestimating Trump in 2016 and 2020. And I think that the polling that we do have on people who've already voted and decided independence, like when you look into those pollings, people say don't dive into the crosstabs. I get that. But the polling that we do have on that seems to indicate that Kamala is doing well with those groups of people. Okay, and so all that together, it seems like we're coalescing into
No,
Kamala
I'll
outperforming
never say that.
her polls by some margin, by some decent margin. And so, and I think another thing worth pointing out there is that Trump, the polls are what they were in 2016. They are what they were in 2020. But Trump's actual performance as a percentage in all of these states doesn't actually radically change. I think he does significantly better in Ohio. I think he expands his margin in Florida. But the actual swing states, obviously Biden ends up winning a lot of these swing states by small margins. And Trump in 2016 won a lot of those swing states by small margins. And his actual national popular vote percentage, it's basically 46% of the vote, right? And so while the polls indicated a much more favorable Democratic environment, it seemed like we were actually so polarized in 2020 and 2016 that the change in sort of aggregate voter behavior actually wasn't that large. Like it wasn't a huge change in voter behavior. And I think that we might expect all these marginal things, demographic transformation, urbanization, intrastate migration, these kind of things. We might actually just see, just a marginal shifting to the blue side of the aisle for Kamala Harris. We might see the polls underestimating her by 2 to 3 points, which is enough for us to see the results on election day and say, oh, she outperformed her polls by like 2 to 3 points. She ends up winning a series of close elections. And that ends up being an electoral college landslide. That ends up being a definitive victory for the Democrats in that case. We'll talk about the Senate later. And I just think that's a more plausible narrative when we're talking about the polls in this election. Now, Nate Silver on this, he's also talked about the polls. He actually released a
Trump or Harris? You're in a pro-Harris stream right now. But we invite the conversation. Now that you're on both platforms, you should take streaming seriously. Try to attract 500 or 1,000 viewers. I used to be a full-time streamer, but then I started taking college more seriously and taking my real life more seriously. But I used to be full-time. I used to be from like 75 to 125 average viewers. But then I got mass reported by leftists about 400 times and banned from Twitch 3 times, and that cut my viewership down by half every single time. So now we just do it for fun.
A funny little graph, which, you know, there's this concept in polling called herding, right? Where there's almost like a type of prisoner's dilemma that's going on here, where pollsters have essentially this habit
That's
of,
true,
as we
let
get
her
closer
go.
to the election. And again, we can think about this like very interpersonally, very behaviorally. We can say that this
But here's the thing: the day Texas goes blue is the day America is gone. Would be essentially impossible for a Republican to win ever again. That is true. The thing is, that's Republicans' own fault. The entire point of being in a democracy is appealing to voters and getting their votes. If you can't appeal to voters, and have them vote for you, then you don't get to be in office. Impossible for a Republican to win? Base department? Hello? Fucking true. But am I still in school? Yes, I am. I changed my major 7 times. My first major against, or not even against my parents' wishes, without them knowing. I was a vocal performance major my first semester in college, and I switched it 7 times over the past decade. And I settled on political science, and now I'm very slowly, because I still have to work and pay my bills and steal y'all's money by having you guys donate. Hashtag donate to Sonsol right now. But yeah, I'm finishing my degree finally, hopefully, within the next year and a half, 2 years. Jesus.
makes some
Well, hold on. Texas is approaching purple state status, probably within the next decade, unless Republicans do something to start winning over more voters there. But it is the demographics there are changing, and the attitudes of people there are changing. So if they want Texas to stay red, they're going to have to appeal to someone that isn't part of their base right now.
sense if we think about individual incentives. If you're a Marist, right? Marist is a well-known pollster. If you release a poll on the national election results in September, well, I think most people just think of that as a temperature check. They're just, okay, well, where does the race stand today?
Give me
Pretty much
money.
everyone thinks that. I
Give
think
me
that's
the
a pretty standard way to
incentive.
view the election results and a poll all the way back 2 months before the election. Even if that poll was radically incorrect, and like apparently the poll in September was wrong relative to what the results would be, well, we might just reasonably say people changed their minds in the last 2 months. That's a very reasonable thing to say. And that could obviously happen. Now, once we get to where we are now, like only a few days before the election, when you release a poll, you are basically saying this is what the results will be, right? You're not saying this is a temperature check. You're saying, hey, the election's in 2 days. This is the last poll that I'm releasing before the election. This is, basically, a pollster might not say that. This is basically my final prediction. And so,
Also, like that Ann Seltzer poll, the one that said that Iowa goes blue by 3 points, bro, it would be fucking. Yeah, I recognize your name, 51 Bard. It's been a while. But yeah, this would be. I think that conservatives would fucking. We'd see a lot of Aaron Bushnells, but Republicans, I think. If you know what that means. Like, yeah. Strategic lawfare, legalize abortion in Texas, crimson in 18 years. Holy fucking shit. Holy fuck. That's funny as fuck. I'm not even gonna fucking lie. That's funny as fuck.
herding is a phenomenon that happens because these pollsters, they'll be so scared to release like an abnormal, skewed poll that is like very against the current narrative of polling aggregates out there, that they'll see their poll results based on their ordinary methodology, and they'll essentially adjust it to match whatever the aggregates are. And Nate Silver released this funny article which showed that there was something like a 1 in 9 trillion chance that the polls just happen to all be 50-50. There's so many, so many of these polls that are coming out in all these swing states. It's 48, 48, 48, 47, 47.
Have you seen Bada Benazle's video arguing that voting for Trump is harm reduction and that Americans deserve to lose their rights? No, I don't pay attention to that guy.
47, 46, 45, it's just like super duper crazily narrow margins, and they're all releasing those same style results. I think when The Economist launched their election model, The Economist literally launched their election model 269 to 269, 50-50, because all the polls are aggregating to 50-50, right? And so the change.
Wait, also, Why does it say first time chat? You've been in my chat before. Oh, wait. I won't say what I know happened. Never mind.
Of the chance of these polls not hurting is essentially zero. Like there's almost 100% chance that we can say definitively there's hurting going on, and that pollsters are making the decisions which they've made in the past. Well, I'd rather all of us be wrong than only some of us, right? And I'd rather not go out on a limb. And again, we can say this is reasonable because it's easy if you're a pollster who's trying to get funding for the next election cycle. It's easier to say we were all wrong than to say, well, this is why I specifically was wrong, and all these guys were more correct than I was. Now, of course, it's a high risk, high reward. You could be the guy who releases a poll and you end up being right, and everyone else ends up being wrong, so your case for funding gets a lot higher. But that's a high risk, high reward strategy. Again, there's a reason why we see hurting historically in election results. And so I think that this is obviously what's happening with the polls. The polls of the last 2 weeks just can't really tell us much because the hurting seems so strong, and the fear of being incorrect as a pollster seems so strong that we don't really necessarily know truly what the results will be because of this hurting effect. Now, this brings me to Ann Selzer. Now, for those
Talon, if you DM me a guess where you think, then maybe. But like, just given the climate online and how things have gone in the past, I have started keeping not only my job but also where I go to school and where I live a lot closer to the chest because people have tried to dox me before. Okay. Gerald B. Hoover. Oh, listen, it's the video. I sped it up on purpose so that we could get through it faster. Okay. Yeah, no, Sig, I know that's like I'm watching it because I like Econoboy and I trust Econoboy's. He's an intelligent guy and I would trust him over other people. But like some of this does feel like cope. Not gonna lie, I love you, Econoboy, but it's interesting stuff to consider that if he is correct, if we like get the election results by the the end of Tuesday night or before the end of the week, then like well, maybe I need to start listening to Cope more,
those that have followed me on Twitter, I've been talking about this a little bit, did a little stream space on it. I think my title of my Twitter space was Selzer drops a nuke or something like that. Election Twitter's been, running with this poll. Now, who's Ann Selzer? For those that don't know, Ann Selzer is a very well-regarded...
Also, I've heard so many people talking about the Ann Selzer poll, and it is pretty crazy, and she is, or like the organization, she is the head of the organization. But yeah, that polling source is very accurate, and it's been accurate for a very long time. It's like the gold standard. The question is like, and nobody's talked about why this is. How can we extrapolate the Iowa poll to the nation or to any other swing state? Where will you hide when socialism with Kamala characteristics come to your door? I will open the door and welcome them with open arms. Inshallah.
Pollster out of Iowa, and she's known for essentially her poll results consistently bucking aggregates. She is not a herder. I mean, say what you want about Ann Selzer, whether she's a liberal left-wing shill or taking money from MAGA or whatever it is. She does not herd. She looks at her methodology, she does it, and she just releases the poll, right? And one thing about Ann Selzer, she polls Iowa. That's like what she's known for. She polls Iowa. She polls the caucuses in Iowa. So whenever there's a presidential caucus, she polls Senate races, she polls governor's races, and of course she polls presidential races, the general elections in Iowa as well. What is remarkable about Ann Selzer over the last 20 years is she has been like almost entirely spot on. That when you look at Ann Selzer's final polls that she releases and the actual results of Iowan elections, they are very, very tightly correlated. And it seems like she has a very good sort of sense and methodology to use to poll Iowans. Now, why is this relevant? Who even cares about Iowa? So Trump wins. Ann Selzer releases a poll in 2020. She says Trump +7. That bucked the aggregates. Biden was actually polling relatively competitively in Iowa per the aggregates, besides the Selzer poll, which has Trump +7. I think it was maybe +8 actually. Trump ends up winning Iowa by 7, right? That it turns out that state, it really wasn't even competitive. Like the polling aggregates were completely wrong, and Selzer was right. And she releases a poll. The polling aggregates right now have Iowa like +10 for Trump. They have it at like +10. Like he's like so easily going to win the state per the polling aggregate. Ann Selzer has.
Are you talking replay? Are you talking about Sitch and Adam? What the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you talking about?
Once again, she has put her reputation on the line. She releases her final poll, which came out this past Saturday evening, D +3.
The demographics now are more different than what they've ever been. Gen Z, millennials, the abortion issue, Project 2025 is hair raising. I think that Republicans, if the Democrats win now, they're gonna have to figure out what they're going to do. I don't know what the Republicans are gonna do because they're going to have to pivot to capture voters that don't like where the Republican Party has gone, you know? um, and I don't know how they pivot. They're going to have to get a whole new cast of characters because the people who are like the biggest Republican leaders right now are all dick suckers. I only say sorry because there are a lot of people on YouTube that haven't seen me yet. Sorry. Sometimes I say vulgar things, okay? I'm trying to beat that out of myself as I become a more professional person trying to get more professional jobs, but it's really hard not to just call it what it is. Fuck, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. But like Republicans are going to have to pivot so hard if they lose. But like, will they? Will they pivot? Or will they try and stay the course and like build up what Trump started? I don't know where the Republican Party goes from here. It's just, yeah.
At the same time that the aggregates are polling Trump plus 789, Ann Seltzer comes out again, D plus 3, with a poll that is significantly bucking the aggregates. Now, some caveats to that poll. It's 47% to 44% Trump, or I'm sorry, 47 to 44 Harris over Trump. It also includes RFK. I think she says that this is reasonable because RFK is still on the ballot in Iowa. So some people have criticized her for this. That is a 10-point, that's basically like a 10, 11-point difference between her poll and the aggregate result. Now, does this mean that, you know, Kamala's going to win Iowa? Well, no, probably not. Like that would be like an unreasonable thing to say.
All right.
I don't think that there's I don't think you can just
Talon.
look at Ann Seltzer's poll, especially such that it is, where she's only getting 47% of the vote, and say Kamala is definitely going to win Iowa. But is this good evidence that the partisan environment, especially in a state where
It depends on how hard they lose. No, I would normally agree with you, Sieg. Here's the thing. I don't think that the Republican Party as it is right now gets anywhere near the same amount of support without Donald Trump. And without Donald Trump, you know, like they're not going to have Donald Trump in 2028. I don't know where they fucking go. Who do they put up instead, you know? Like, even if they lose by, you know, 5,000 votes in every single swing state, Josh Hawley, no, I don't think that any of them have they don't have that sway over the base like Donald Trump does. We have Vance, but Vance isn't as popular in the Republican Party as Trump is. I don't think they can get people behind him. But I mean, but here's the thing: like trying to predict what the Republican Party is going to be is a practice in futility. All right, it's absolutely futile to guess what's going on with the Republicans. I don't know how it goes. But like, just like my guess, based off of how things have gone in the past, I would have, because in 2020 I said MAGA is dead now because Donald Trump lost and he's cooked, right? After January 6th, there's no way that he comes back from this, but then he did, you know. DeSantis? No, DeSantis is gone forever, just so you know. There's zero chance. DeSantis is gone forever from the national stage. He had too many embarrassing moments during the 2020 primaries. He got cucked so hard by Trump. Yeah, it's never happening. Like, I think only the neocons can survive. Like the people who ran against Trump as a neocon, like Nikki Haley and stuff. Like, I think that those people might have a future, but I don't think that DeSantis does. He got absolutely fucking wrecked in a way that even Haley didn't. Marjorie Taylor Greene is too embarrassing for to be a leader in the party like that now.
Neither campaign has really campaigned. Like, there's no ground reason to assume that one candidate would greatly outperform the results. Neither campaign has really campaigned in Iowa. And so when we show the actual result of 2020 being +7 for Trump, going all the way to D+3, a 10-point swing, in a neutral campaign environment, where, again, neither campaign has really fought for those votes, is that indicative of a larger partisan swing, especially when Iowa is such a white, rural, working-class state? These are the types of voters that in theory Trump should be doing overwhelmingly well with. Is that the type of environment where we would expect that that's a national trend? It very well could be. It very well could be, because the Seltzer poll in 2020 indicated a significantly closer race than what we saw in the rest of the polling aggregates. And so the Seltzer poll in 2024 could indicate a significantly more favorable Democratic environment than what we saw in 2020. This is a poll with so much credibility. It single-handedly shifted many of the betting markets.
They won't acknowledge any mistakes, Tron. They won't acknowledge any mistakes. They'll just move past it and then ignore, just like they've ignored every question about January 6th or whether Donald Trump lost the election in all of their interviews, right? Like they just like try and pivot off of it, right? They'll do the exact same thing into perpetuity. The Republican Party will never ever admit anything was wrong during this period of their, of their careers. They'll never do it.
To go from Trump to 55, 60% chance of winning, all the way down to a 50-50 race, if not a race where Kamala is slightly ahead in some of the betting markets. People are taking this seriously and putting their money behind Ann Seltzer's poll. And another thing that Nate Silver pointed out when he actually was analyzing this poll when it came out, it was big news in the polling world, I guess, an Ann Seltzer poll, right? It's like a new Picasso getting released in the polling world. What Nate Silver pointed out, his sort of hypothesis was that, well, Democrats are actually doing quite well in Nebraska's second, Nebraska's second congressional district. It's the one district in Nebraska that Democrats historically recently have done pretty well in, right? It's basically an entirely suburban place. It's the Omaha district in Nebraska. It is just a place that's sort of tilt Democratic at this point. And the polling coming out of Nebraska's second is very favorable to Democrats. And again, you would imagine that Nebraska's second is somewhat representative of Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, these broader Midwestern political alignments. Not that every Midwesterner is going to vote the exact same, but that if we see like a 10-point swing in the political environment of Omaha, Nebraska, we might see like a significant swing in the same direction in Wisconsin, Iowa, Michigan, these kind of other Midwestern places. And what Nate Silver points out, he says that the herding probably isn't as significant a concern in Nebraska's second district because it's only one electoral vote. And so this is another piece of evidence that not only is the Democratic environment, because Democrats are polling quite well in Nebraska's second district, not only is the general Democratic swing of environment probably favorable relative to 2020, it's just another one of those things that seems to indicate that there's significant herding in the polling of the states that are more significant in the electoral breakdown. There's going to be more herding in a state where people are really watching it, like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Whereas by all, balance of probabilities, it is unlikely that this one electoral college vote from this one congressional district really actually changed.
Okay, we're going to watch the end of this segment and then the end of the next chapter, the overall presidential picture, and then we're going to cut it because I'm not going to watch this thing all night.
Changes the balance of power. Of course, that could happen, but again, there's a reason to believe why pollsters would be less likely to herd in that district, and that plus the Seltzer poll seems to indicate, hey, there's been a bit of a blue shift since 2020, and it could be because of all these demographic transformations and general partisan attitudes that I am alluding to. Now, one thing that is important to point out as I sort of round out my analysis on the presidential election, from enthusiasm to the poor ground game of the Republicans to the various forms of demographic transformation, to the fact that Republicans might not necessarily trust voting or the types of voting that are more convenient, so their turnout is suppressed, all these kind of things. Not any one of these things it would be reasonable to just like predict an election. It wouldn't be reasonable to say,
who am I watching for election coverage? I'm not sure if I'm going to be watching election coverage. Here's the thing. As all of you guys know, I do genuinely care about all of the topics that I talk about. As you guys know, I do genuinely care about my country. I do genuinely want everyone, not just liberals, but I want everyone in this country to be taken care of. I have learned so much about every single topic relating to our elections, from economics to social policy, et cetera, foreign policy, all of that, over the past 4 years of streaming. And I've gained so much respect for my country. So I genuinely want my country to do good. I don't think that it will do good if Donald Trump is elected. I don't know if, because I'm not as hopeful as Econoboy, I don't know if I'm going to be able to watch any election coverage. I might pop in and out of watching Destiny's coverage, and maybe some mainstream news coverage. But outside of that, man, and just popping in and out, I don't know if I can do it. I don't, and also I'm overwhelming likely possibility is that I'm not even going to fucking watch. I'm not even going to watch. Oh my God, I lost my train of thought because I was trying to click something on my screen. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I'm not even going to stream. Overwhelmingly likely, unless Harris takes a very early, very strong lead in Pennsylvania, and Michigan, I'm likely not even going to stream. It'll be an entertaining shit show. Yeah, if it starts looking good, I might very, very like 2% chance stream. You could do like a chill game stream. Look up Tiny. No, I would never play Tiny Glade. Like I just downloaded a bunch of mods for Dawn of War, which has made the game playable and entertaining to play. But yeah, no, I just don't think it's gonna happen. I just if things start going south, it's gonna be really terrible for our country. Yeah. Or Witness. Listen, here's my pledge. If it starts looking good very early on, then I'll stream and I'll play Witness and then I'll play Dawn of War. How about that?
Say, well, Democrats are, higher enthusiasm, so they might actually end up winning. Based on that Gallup poll that I showed you earlier, they actually were lower enthusiasm in 2012. They still ended up winning that election. It's just that not any one of these things, the hurting of the polls, the underestimating of the Democrats, the likely voter transformation of the Democratic and Republican parties, this demographic transformation. No, not any one of those things would lead one reasonably to conclude that Democrats are almost certainly going to win or Democrats going to overperform and do quite well on election day. But when you stack all of them together, right, in conjunction with each other, it seems to me to add to a story, a narrative that is clean and that is reasonable to say that Democrats are going to win in 2024, come Tuesday, and that they are going to do quite well on Tuesday. That this will be a more convincing, less close election than 2020. In 2020, according to the Electoral College, was actually not a very close election. Now, obviously it was, but the electoral vote split because Biden marginally wins all these swing states. He ends up actually doing quite well. And so I do have, we can come up with a state level narrative, Mark Robinson suppressing turnout or increasing turnout of Democrats in North Carolina. Black women in Georgia really coming through, in Nevada, demographic transformation and Hispanic voters staying with Democrats could really help a lot. Blue politics just basically make...
No, not God of War, Dawn of War, the Warhammer 40K RTS. It just, the Soulstorm campaign, the AI was just really boring. So, downloaded like a 17 gigabyte mod pack that included every major mod for the game.
Making a comeback in the Rust Belt and in these Midwestern states, these kind of things as well. All
Yes,
these things
Dawn
might
of
add
War,
together
it's
to
fucking
be
great.
some reasonably sort of state-fitted narratives. The point is, I think that these broad trends are what leads me to say the Democrats are going to do quite well in this election. I think that the Democrats are going to win. And I think that all of these things stacked on top of each other make it where I would put my money. I don't have the money right now to bet on elections, and I guess I'm not giving any financial advice, but I would say that Democrats are going to win. And I think that it'll be decently convincing. And I think that this will hopefully cause the Republicans to have to realign. And I think all these things that I mentioned together lead to a clean narrative. What doesn't lead to a clean narrative to me is the Republican narrative, which is, well, actually, Trump is just a generationally inspiring political candidate. It's like, well, that doesn't seem to be the case. I don't see Obama, Reagan, FDR level inspiration in Trump. I don't see that. I just don't.
Have you played Souls and Bloodborne? I hate Dark Souls. I was a fucking god at Bloodborne. I fucking loved Bloodborne. And I like the idea of Dark Souls, but there's something about the rhythm. I guess it's slower than Bloodborne. And I suck at it. Same thing with Elden Ring. I sucked at it. But I was a god at Bloodborne. I don't know what the deal is. You might need to get it. Dude, go on Steam. All right? Let me open up Steam. Well, maybe it'll open up eventually. There you are. If you haven't played a Dawn of War game yet, start with Dark Crusade. All right? Get Dark Crusade. It's all the best races in there. All right? Then get Soulstorm. And then get the rest of them if you like it. All right? Shit's fucking... This is the first the second RTS. The first RTS I ever played was Age of Mythology. But this is the second one, and it's fucking good. It is slower. Did you play Neo? I have no idea what that is. Dawn of War 2 or better? You're wrong.
See that happening. We don't see Republicans have a history of being able to turn out unlikely voters. They couldn't do that in 2020, right? At the same time that, apparently Trump's economic message just resonates so deeply with people from the Midwest and these Rust Belt states. Well, he lost the entire Rust Belt, except for Ohio, in 2020, right? So, if he didn't appeal greatly to them in 2020, how is he going to do that in 2024? some people say maybe there's rose-tinted glasses, and maybe there's a reason to think that people are sort of less partisanly polarized against Trump in 2020. I just, I don't know that to be the case. I'm not confident. I'm less confident in that explanation than otherwise. Some people will point to early vote numbers and they'll say, well, look at the early vote. The early vote seems to be tilting towards Republicans in all these states. I have a couple things to say about that. Number one, of the polls that exist for people on a state level, of people who say I have already voted, in other words, people who have engaged in the early voting process, those polls seem to indicate overwhelmingly that Democrats are winning those early voters. Now, there's maybe some sample size issues and maybe that's a bit over-exaggerated, but let's look at some.
Earlier, Letner Goat said something about early voting being better for Republicans this time. Do you have any link for that I could look at?
Basic demographics. The women, 55, 60% of people who are early voting are women. And this is a group who 55, 60% of them are voting for Democrats. And so I think that although you might look at states that, shows Republicans outpacing Democrats, how can you predict the independents? I think there is reason to believe that when you combine independents, when you combine Democrats, and when you combine some portion of Republicans who are leaning away from Donald Trump, I think that leads you to all of these states probably you have Democrats leading come polls closing. They start out with a lead in all these states. And it'll be the more conservative election day vote that leads to all of these states potentially shifting to the right as the in-person votes actually come in. That's at least my hypothesis. On some of these states, I could be wrong. I think Nevada is very contentious in this regard. A lot of people say Nevada early vote is like truly positive for Republicans. But at the same time, that even if you say, well, it is definitively the case that the early vote looks relatively good for Republicans, that many people have pointed out that it seems like Democrats are just going to vote on election day.
One second.
Leads to all of these states potentially with a lead in all these states. And it'll be the more conservative election day vote that leads to all of these states potentially shifting to the right as the in-person votes actually come in. That's at least my hypothesis. On some of these states, I could be wrong. I think Nevada is very contentious in this regard. A lot of people say Nevada early vote is like truly positive for Republicans. But at the same time, that even if you say, well, it is definitively the case that the early vote looks relatively good for Republicans, that many people have pointed out that it seems like Democrats are just going to vote on election day, that Republicans became more likely to vote early and to vote by mail, while Democrats are more likely to vote on election day, that we might be reverting to something of a more normal voting method environment pre-2020, before all the voter fraud nonsense from Trump and before all, COVID changed so many people's behaviors, that I think that could be a likely outcome. Now, this is not a one-to-one effect. Trump telling people to vote on election day probably still has a significant effect on his supporters. We will just have to see. I wouldn't be surprised if any one of these states flips to the other direction. I guess I would be surprised if I was overall just wrong and it turns out that Trump would win. But this is how I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling optimistic, cautiously optimistic, but I feel like this narrative makes sense. I have tried to seek out opinions that counter this narrative, and the only thing that I hear from conservatives is just nothing that's really convincing. I hear that there's, actually the polls are correct this time, and there's no reason to think that they're wrong. Of the polls that are positive for Democrats, I hear the same conspiracies that I heard in 2020 and 2016. I hear, well, these low propensity voters are going to, these...
Well, see, I think that traditionally Republicans were more likely to do early voting, right? I thought that before 2020, Republicans were more likely to early vote and more likely to vote by mail.
Young men, these Andrew Tate style, like Joe Rogan, like alternative media,
I sucked at
young
Elden
men are going
Ring.
to come out and vote for Trump
There's
with
just
no
something about
thought
the
as
pacing,
to
dude.
the fact that young women are so much more negatively polarized against Republicans, and young women are more likely to vote than young men. I mean, I just don't hear a lot of great counters to any of these individual points that I'm making, other than just like, oh, I just like it just vibes. I just think Republicans are going to win, and I just, I don't think that my prediction is vibe based. I don't think it's cope. I think that there are good reasons to say that both the polling is underestimating Democrats and that Democrats seem to just generally hold an advantage in this election, that an advantage that leads them to winning this thing. Now, that's the presidential race. I will talk briefly, perhaps briefly, I will talk about my Senate map right now. Now, if I go to my Senate map, guys, listen, okay?
We're not going to watch the rest of that. That's interesting. I mean, there's some stuff in there that's interesting to think about. But I trust Econo Boy. He's a smart dude. I just have, maybe it's a mental defense mechanism. Because I remember 2016, my uncle that got me into politics, he ran for Congress. He was an advocate his entire life. He was a debate coach, and changed a whole bunch of kids' lives through debate and set them on the path to become elected officials themselves, or lawyers, or working in Washington. He was well known in the Democratic Party at some level. I won't say how high of a level. How's it going, Meteor Juice? Yeah. So we were sitting there watching the the 2016 election, sure that Hillary was going to win, but watching Trump win. And that was a rough time. I just can't imagine watching an election and watching the results come in and Trump winning again. And especially now, like, if I thought it was bad in 2016, I didn't know anything about politics back then. And Trump's first term was not as catastrophic as I was predicting because the sorts of things that I was hearing were way different than reality, right? But the stuff that I know now and the way things have gone does terrify me because this time I know what's at stake, what's actually at stake. And yeah, I'm not looking forward to watching the election results come in. So you see the Pete Buttigieg on Jubilee. I had heard that happened, but I haven't watched it. The Jubilee things, I don't like the format personally. I just can't watch it. Like, I understand why people like it, and I understand why people watch it and why it's popular. But man, especially that new 1v30 thing that they're doing, it's just like, did y'all see the guy that dove to debate Destiny? Let me see if I can find that super quick. I think I liked it. No, this is this is similar. Did I really not even give it a little like? Come on. What is wrong with me? This is prime things to go over on stream. Let me see if I can find. Destiny Jubilee. Oh, found it. Oh, no, give me the fucking video. This dude dove. Come on. Show me the video. Does anybody in chat have a link to it? No, it's not showing up. Fuck me. This one was funny, though. POV, your parents or your divorcing parents discussing alimony.
Another $6,000 a year wouldn't help you at all with groceries?
With 2 children?
Yeah?
This much, maybe. But if the price
What are your
of
children
groceries-
eating? Another $6,000.
What are your children eating? Oh, fuck. That shit was so gold. Starts a good conversation, they vote them out. Yeah, like I the whole format of like this new 1v30 thing is just like it ain't it for me, you know? It just ain't it for me. Like I understand why some people like it. For me, it's just not super. I'd rather watch like 2 people talk for an extended amount of time and actually be able to get all their points out and, you know, all of that shit. Instead of people like every other thing that I've seen from this, cringe, from this episode, whatever you call it, like they like go up there and then they were screeching at him and then they would just get up and walk away. Like, that's not a conversation, you know? How's it going, Moisak? One negative is it's in a warehouse in a sketchy part of town. Is it really? Jesus. But yeah, that's the reason why I haven't watched it, because I just don't like their debate format. It's super boring to me. There was also one lady who talked pegging to Destiny. That was crazy. I normally can't. She talked about pegging? Why? Okay. What else are we going to go over? I pulled up another video. Trump says he was advised not to hit back at Michelle Obama, but I don't really have any like specific plans for stream today. Let's see. Trump election scheme surges into spotlight. Oh, here's that shooting through fake
Former president
news.
did something he
We'll slow it down to 1.25.
rarely does and expressed regret.
Oh, wait, also, there was breaking news in the middle of us watching the Econoboy thing. Twitch decided to expand on their reclassifying political content, which I haven't read their article on it, but they've quote tweeted that. It was 18 seconds ago when I clicked on it during the Econoboy video, but we have made some updates to our policy language to better clarify what needs a politics and sensitive social issues content classification label. I am proud of you guys for not derailing me from watching that video. That's the first time we've not gotten, or the first time we've gotten through a video without getting super fucking derailed. We want to make clear that you don't need to label your stream if you're talking about your lived experience. We've made this clear in our CCL guidelines, which are linked below. We've also clarified that a label is only required if discussion of the listed topics is the focus of the stream. Our goal here, as with any CCL, is to give viewers and brands more info about what's happening on a particular stream so that they can make an informed decision about what to watch and where to engage. So a lot of people got super mad about Twitch doing the content classification label for politics because they said, starting today, streams that include discussion of politics or sensitive social issues should include the new politics and sensitive social issues CCL. And a lot of people got super upset about that because they're like, oh, well, I'm trans and now I can't talk about this without having an entire, label on my stream that will reduce the amount of ad revenue I get. Or I'm a black woman, same thing. And I don't know why they didn't foresee that being a criticism. I don't understand why this is like the lamest response that they could have done, like action that they could have done in response to the whole adpocalypse of Twitch. I don't know why they're doing this. Do you think the rest of the world respects or fears Harris at all? Yeah, there's a reason why Putin would rather see Donald Trump get elected. There's a reason why Xi Jinping would rather see Donald Trump get elected. It's not because they respect him. It's because they can do whatever the fuck they want while he's in charge. And the Democrats have made it abundantly clear that they're not going to put up with any of the bullshit from Russia or China, which is why we've been sending a ton of fucking missiles to Ukraine, which is why we've been bolstering our allies and our friendships in the Pacific. Yeah, there's a reason why Putin doesn't like the Democrats. There's a reason why Putin doesn't like, there was a reason why he didn't like Hillary. There's a reason why he doesn't like Kamala or Biden, right? There's a reason why Xi Jinping and them would rather Donald Trump get elected. But Harris hasn't done anything to stop the wars. That is like the most childlike look at how geopolitics works or how war works or anything like that. Like, I don't think you understand literally anything about why a war will start, why a war will stop, what actions it will take to make those things happen. And obviously it's going to matter contextually between different conflicts, but like the United States can't stop Russia from invading Ukraine unilaterally. We don't control the fucking world like that. All we can do is project strength. And we've been projecting strength, which is why Russia fucking hates us right now. They didn't do that when Trump was in office. Tony Mata, you know what? Instead of getting just like super bogged down and responding to chat like this, we can, there's a Discord link right there if you want to jump into a voice chat. But Trump oversaw multiple armed conflicts in the Middle East. I don't know why we memory hold this, why we memory hold the fact that Iran missile striked Saudi Arabia's oil fields, the first like direct military conflict that those two nations had ever seen. The whole drone war in Yemen was an entire thing, and Trump, instead of trying to end that war, he ramped it up. Number one, he ramped up the drone war, and then he reduced the amount of reporting that the army had to do for every strike that they did. Like the world was not at peace under Donald Trump. He sold out our allies in the Kurds and didn't do anything when our other ally, the Turks, started killing them. He didn't stand up for our allies when it came to the Kurds. Turkey just went in there and started killing a bunch of them. He didn't say fucking anything about that. Why would anyone trust anything that Donald Trump does? Our allies didn't trust us as much under Donald Trump. Our allies do trust us under Biden and under Kamala Harris. I just feel as if the whole world, as a old school mindset, and to have a female president is a joke. There have been multiple world leaders that have been women that have been widely respected around the world over even way in the past. What are you talking about? There was Angela Merkel in Germany until 2018. There was that one British bitch. What was her name? Thatcher. Thank you. Merkel, Thatcher, and looking back into history, there's been queens who were not only respected, queens for their country, but they were military leaders. Just because someone's a woman doesn't mean it's going to be a joke, How many? I'm sorry, I can't exactly, please. Yeah, let me just dive into the section of my brain that holds all historical knowledge about every leader in all of human history. Oh, fuck. I gave you two of the most recent examples that were two of the biggest examples of why having a woman as a leader of your country doesn't fucking matter. Thatcher and Merkel were two of the most powerful human beings in human history. President of Mexico? Well, I don't know as much about her because she just got elected, right? Why don't we keep Tony as a pet? Well, listen, pursuit of knowledge. More than half of my audience are conservatives at this point, okay? I don't ban just because someone's a conservative. They did make a war stop, Afghanistan, and it was completely and utterly fucked, and Biden should have been hit with the 25th for that, IMO. Who negotiated that pullout, Sargon of Akkad? Selected? What are you talking about? Who executed it? It was the Biden administration, and they had to push it back before it was even more of a disaster because it was supposed to happen in May, and they hadn't done anything because there is an on-the-record quote of Donald Trump in his last days of office after January 6th, right? Where they brought that issue up to him that nothing had been started. And he was like, let the next person deal with it. Let Biden deal with it. The pullout was bad. part of that blame does go to Biden, but part of that blame goes to Donald Trump. And you know what? We could still be in Afghanistan. Biden could have said, you know what? This plan that Donald Trump decided to negotiate with the Taliban without including the Afghan government in those negotiations whatsoever. He just unilaterally decided to negotiate with the Taliban and sell out our allies in Afghanistan. Oh, shit. Sorry. There's another one. Just like, yeah. The whole negotiation was a fucking disaster. The entire thing was a fucking disaster. But the groundwork and everything that was going into that was set up by Donald Trump. You're right about some female leaders, but if we dug deep into the world, if the world or their country respects them, is a whole topic on its own. Well, Thatcher and Merkel were respected in their countries and on the world stage. And the president of Mexico, like, number one, the last guy obviously couldn't get the cartels under control. And I think that he was pretty militant about it, wasn't he? Didn't he do like some like fucking crazy things? I don't, or maybe I'm thinking about something else, but the situation in Mexico is fucked. They might need to do like what Honduras is doing and just like march through every fucking city block and grab every fucking cartel member and fucking throw them into a giant prison. But yeah, hasn't she only been in office for like 6 months? I don't know. Your viewer is making very gay comments. He's doing it to mess with you. Obviously. This woman has had 34 days to figure out. Yeah, when did that happen? I don't even know when it happened. But yeah. Also, didn't Israel have a prime minister that was a woman, and she was like one of the most effective Israeli prime ministers like in their entire history? Granted, it's only been 80 years, but October 1st. Yeah. It was really, really recent. Anyways, but yeah, like just because someone's a woman doesn't mean that they're less capable of being a leader. I think that, you know, if you're a Republican and you want to shit on Kamala Harris for being a woman, then please go for it, because that will only reduce the amount of women that feel like they will ever vote for a Republican. And it will increase the amount of women that will vote for Democrats, because the Democrats show even a fucking quarter of an ounce of respect to women. So, like, please keep shitting on women for all of time. Like, it'll definitely work out in y'all's favor. Okay, pursuit of knowledge. You need to chill the fuck out, okay? Good point. Still horribly executed. If I was Putin and saw that, I might have done a special military operation as well. Listen, but the thing is, like, with the special military operation, like, Russia has been with boots on the ground in Ukraine since 2014. This has been a failure of American foreign policy since Obama. Obama should have had, like, a way stronger response to Russia. But he was too much of a cuck to NATO. He was too much of a cuck to the UN, and NATO and the UN didn't see Russia as a legitimate threat back then. So he like quietly, you know, just let things happen, gave them some sanctions, et cetera, you know? Who am I? I'm responding to Twitch. I am not streaming on Kick right now. It's a man's world. Women just live in it. Well, keep going that way, you know? I mean, like, again, like I talked about it earlier, if Republicans want people to vote for them, they're going to have to open up their tent, because white men are not that one specific demographic of white men is not going to be enough to carry you across the finish line into perpetuity, right? Like, you're going to have to appeal more to other demographics. You're going to have to appeal to minorities. You have, again, black people and Hispanic people, especially ones that are recently immigrated, are extremely socially conservative. That is ripe fucking pickings for Republicans to get voters, and they can't make their messaging seem not racist, and so those demographics don't vote for them. Like, yeah. I would rather just steal the election much easier. I mean, that's the way that they're thinking right now, you know? We already had someone shit on that woman, Tulsi. I don't know what that is in response to. Oh, you're talking about Kamala. Okay, I got you. Damn, my old viewers are gonna scare all of my new YouTube viewers away. Jesus Christ. I am trying to build a wide tent viewer base, my friends, okay? We can't, sexually harass everyone else in chat. Okay. Wait, what were we watching? We were watching this one. Let's see what this is about.
Only his regret.
Why do Harris voters say such gay things? Come into chat. Come into the voice chat. Argue with me. Tell me why women can't be leaders. Then you won't have to deal with the gay comments, all right? I'm super straight.
That was about vacating the White House after he lost the 2020 election.
Thank you very much. We had the safest border in the history of our country the day that I left. I shouldn't have left. I mean, honestly, because we did so well.
I shouldn't have left? Jesus.
So, Mr. Trump apparently now wishes he had just claimed squatters' rights in the executive mansion. This after he actually made an attempt to retain power despite the deadly January 6, 2021 Capitol hack spurred.
All right, actually, guys, cut it out. It is. Trump's nunt? What is the nunt? What does that mean? I don't want to. I don't want to know.
Attacks.
Chat is becoming horny all of a sudden, and I don't understand why.
Trump apparently now wishes he had just claimed squatters' rights in the executive mansion. This after he actually made an attempt to retain power despite the deadly January 6, 2021 Capitol attack spurred in part by his election lies. Peaceful transfer of power be damned. Now Mr. Trump resorting to more baseless election lies in hopes that it will help him get him back into the White House, presumably. At the same time, he has been escalating violent-sounding rhetoric. In the wake of 2 assassination attempts on his own life, thankfully unsuccessful, Trump suggested that he wouldn't mind a gunman trying to get to him if they were shooting through one particular group of people.
And I have this piece of glass here, but all we have really over here is the fake news, right? And to get me, somebody would have to shoot through the fake news. And I don't mind that so much, 'cause I don't mind.
Bro, he's like actually fucking retarded, dude. Like, I actually think like there must be like, is it fucking lead poisoning? Has he been trying to like get rid of like his aging by drinking arsenic and like giving himself fucking brain damage? I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. Like, what? Can he not like control himself fucking whatsoever? Is he just like actually fucking retarded? Is he actually fucking brain dead? It's a mega troll. Here's the thing, real Sargon of Akkad. Like at a certain point, like the guy has said so many fucking stupid things that have made people dislike him, and it has not increased his popularity in the United States. He's never broached the 50% mark on his approval rating, literally ever. I think he's literally the only president to ever never get above a 50% approval rating. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's right. Like at a certain point, if he has any fucking self-control, he would stop making stupid, retarded fucking comments like that. And you can say it's a mega troll, but then people like earnestly believe that the media is the enemy of the fucking people. People earnestly believe that the media is lying to them more than Donald Trump, despite like all the evidence to the contrary. At a certain point, I don't give a fuck if he's trolling, right? because it's not a particularly funny fucking joke, and it's also not a particularly fucking like good thing to say if it's not a joke. It's like, I just want our political like parties to have sane people at the helm. I don't hate, I say it constantly because I have to constantly reiterate it. Otherwise I get accused of just like hating half the country. But like, I don't hate conservatives. This guy is just fucking retarded. Because the majority of the US are Democrats that are inundated with negative Trump news media. Maybe Trump shouldn't give the media a reason to give him negative fucking coverage. Maybe if he doesn't want to be demonized, he should stop acting like a demon. Maybe it's that fucking simple. That's the whole thing that I keep on fucking trying to beat into people's heads. Maybe if he didn't want to be demonized, he should stop fucking acting like a demon. Maybe if he didn't want negative news coverage, he should stop doing negative or saying negative fucking things. At a certain point, I thought that Republicans were the party of like personal fucking responsibility. And I believe in personal responsibility. The President of the United States holds immense power with his words. He shouldn't be saying stupid fucking retarded shit like that. It's not a good thing. I don't want a funny president. I want a smart president. I don't think that Donald Trump is smart.
The Trump campaign communications director Stephen Chung quickly tried to clean up that statement. He said, quote, "The president's statement about protective glass placement has nothing to do with the media being harmed. Trump was stating that the media was in danger and that they were protecting him and therefore were in a great danger himself and should have had a glass protective shield also."
This is actually what their fucking response is. The president's statement about protective glass placement has nothing to do with the media being harmed. Trump was stating that the media was in danger and he was protecting him and therefore were in great danger themselves and should also have a great glass protective shield. No, he said, I wouldn't mind that if they shot through them. Again, like, how many fucking layers of irony do I have to fucking view every single fucking statement that Trump makes? How many layers of irony, man? Does he ever say what he actually believes? Because like on one hand, half of the time, right? Biden, say what you want, right? At least Biden doesn't say fucking retarded things. He's had a couple of things that are like I just did it. Fuck me. Maybe I have fucking dementia. I've had such a hard time speaking the past couple of days. Fuck me. But like sometimes he misspeaks. Sometimes he like slurs his words, but like his policy's on point. His like the essence of what he's saying is still there. You don't have to fucking view it through like again, this is the thing. Half of the time, Trump is praised for saying it like it is and just speaking his mind. And then the other half of the time, people are saying, well, you have to understand that like Donald Trump is just like joking and he doesn't mean everything that he says. Like, which the fuck is it, dude? Which the fuck is it? Is he speaking his fucking mind or is he fucking actually fucking joking? Like, fucking choose one. You can't have it both ways. You can't say that Trump's economy was great for his entire presidency and then ignore the last year and then look at all of the negative fallout of that and put it on fucking Biden. Hey, thank you for the raid. Wick, how's it going, guys? This is a geriatric hate raid based. I love it when old people hate me. I have self-control now. No, you don't. I think that Wick's audience is pretty, actually, you know what? I don't know what his chat is like. I just have a perception of his chat being at least somewhat mixed between conservative and Democrat. The difference is that Biden acts like an adult while Trump is a thin-skinned man-child. TBH, I thought it was refreshing. Biden called Republicans trash. Like, even that, I would say, like, if he wasn't 80 years old, he would have had a filter on that shit, right? But it came like literally the day after Trump's campaign co-signed a joke about calling the entire island of Puerto Rico trash, and you could see all of the Trump people like, look at the soy Democrats. Look at the soy Democrats. They're all crying because of a joke. And then Biden says like, yeah, his garbage, his followers are acting like garbage. And then they're like, did you just call us trash? Like, bro, like you don't get to fucking cry when someone says something mean about you, but then like go on unhinged fucking tirades day after fucking day, you know? His filter on black people wasn't on when he was much younger though. Wait, hold on. Do you have clips of Biden saying the N-word? Because if so, send them to me right now. I got a rap remix to make with that. Let me see. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Wick don't have an echo chamber. Yeah, I don't view his chat as having an echo chamber in it. When Trump's son dressed as trash for Halloween? I don't know what you're talking about. Link it. The only time that I've ever seen Trump... Sorry. I'll play this every day until my dying fucking breath. Biden, Kush. Favorite fucking video of all fucking time. No fucking cap.
I'm smoking on Bhutanese Shadow Garden grown Dark Evil pack. They watered this with the blood of 36 dragons. Shit so purple it should be asking me, where's Ronald? Nigga, this shit will turn your pacemaker off. Nuclear levels of sour, lung slaughtering, necromancer kush. Shit got diamonds on it, so you know that THC to CBD ratio is fucking swag, nigga. A whiff of this shit? Yeah, that nefarious evil sorcerer Moongrass. This shit straight out of K-Lid. This shit is what shot Tupac. Rip my nigga for real, dog.
That's my fucking president, y'all. That's my fucking president, y'all. All right? God damn, I fucking love that shit so much. 1 second, I'm scared. No fucking way. I like how it's like, oh, look, they're dressed as fucking Lilo and Stitch. Oh, look, it's the fucking Five Nights at Freddy's. And then, like, you know, they're just like, no. And then he's just like, dressed as garbage. The virtue signaling is off the fucking charts right now, guys. I mean, I assume it's real. It doesn't look like AI. Hold on, enhance. Look at their hands. Oh, that was enhanced. I don't see any weird abnormalities with the hands. It looks like a real fucking pictures. You know? What is this?
Garbage day! Huh? No!
What the fuck? Okay, I guess we're just going through like chat links. Listen, I think we're in the part of stream where I don't have a whole bunch to say. Feed me links. What do you want me to talk about? The fuck is this? Well, look around, Mr. President, because there's a lot of garbage in here tonight. Oh no.
What this election is about is where you have a Kennedy endorsing Donald Trump, Tulsi Gabbard, the former co-chair of the DNC, endorsing Donald Trump. We are the party of free speech, of borders. We are the party of openness to ideas, and they are the party of war, censorship, and ugliness. And you saw it on display, where the current president of the United States thinks that you're a bunch of garbage. Well, look around, Mr. President, because there's a lot of garbage here tonight.
He could have phrased that way better. He could have had a better message here. I don't know why I don't. Come on, man. I just don't. Hey, thanks for following No Pants Kyle.
And this too.
It's like There's so many unforced errors from the Republican camp right now. From like people who are like they're super advocates. I don't understand why, dude. He knows. I'm just waiting for Trump to build a village in South America and call it Trump Town. Wouldn't it be crazy if like they decided to like open up a small town in some like in nowhere fucking state, invite all the MAGA people to go there? Wouldn't that be just so fucking grand? What is this here?
This is a message from the U.S. government.
Why is my nose so fucking itchy? Jesus fucking Christ. Why is it 4 minutes long? Okay, 1 second. Before we dive into this, I'm just like debating whether the rest of the stream is going to be sober or not. We'll watch the rest of this clip and then I'm going to go grab myself a beer. 1 second.
Tuesday, we're going to take out the garbage of the White House, and we're going to be back in charge of this country.
Wait, what did he say?
Tuesday, we're going to take out the garbage of the White House, and we're going to
I thought that you said that you guys were garbage, dude.
be back in charge of this country. What?
Did you see New York raided and killed a squirrel and I did see that. I mean, like, it's sad and it's stupid. The commentary out of it has been kind of fucking insane. I don't understand the reason for that. Why they couldn't keep the squirrel in keep it in custody. But like, yeah, like there are sanctuaries for those types of things, right? Like baby birds that, you know, fall out and break their wing. Sometimes they like get taken to a sanctuary that's not kill, you know? I just don't, yeah. I'm not planning on being sober until Thursday morning. Man, I don't know what I'm going to do during tomorrow, but I know I'm not going to be watching it closely. I'm going to wait till one person or the other is in clear lead. Not squirrel, son, no. Step really far out of line. If someone saves and has a pet squirrel, who gives a fuck? Like, here's like the real reason, right? Like if anyone could like have any pet, like exotic pet, then people are gonna have like lions and shit in their house, and it could be like a public health or a public safety hazard. But like also sometimes you should have like the cops and the government in that situation, the forces that be, they had discretion. They could have like found something else to do, you know? Didn't the squirrel bite someone? I have no idea. I didn't look at the story at all. I like it just is so inconsequential to me. And I don't want to see the cute little furry face of a dead squirrel that I know was like taken and then euthanized, okay? We let a woman, yeah, but she had the right paperwork, okay? See? In 2010, he warmly eulogized Senator Robert Byrd, a former exalted Cyclops in the Ku Klux Klan, saying he was one of my mentors and that the Senate is a lesser place for his going. Jojo Biden-sama? Is that true? I'll have to look more into that. It's because the squirrel did 9/11? We finally found out. I think if I can own a chimp who will randomly get violent, someone can own a fucking squirrel. Listen, I'm not the one who makes the rule, and I'm not defending the rule necessarily. I'm just saying, like, I understand, like, the basic underlying reason behind the rule. I think that whatever they decided to do there was fucking stupid, though, obviously. Apparently, when they were capturing the squirrel, it bit someone, so they killed it to test for rabies. Oh, well, that sucks. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no. Have I ever told the story about watching a dog get decapitated while I was at work? I used to work in the pet industry, and when I used to work at a vet clinic, there was a dog that got hit by a car, and people went to help it, but it bit them because it was freaked out and scared. right? But because it bit someone, the only way to test for rabies, I guess, is to chop off their fucking head and send it in to get tested. And so there I was. So there I was eating my fucking lunch. It was my fucking birthday too. It was on Halloween. It was on my fucking birthday. I'm sitting there eating soup with red broth while the vet takes a fucking carving knife and starts sawing this fucking giant dog's head off. And I just have to sit there and watch it, dude. Jesus Christ. That shit was fucking gnarly. Happy belated birthday. Hey, thank you. All right, I'm going to grab a beer super quick. I'll put on some background music for you guys while I grab that beer, and then we will continue. I might also get high. I don't fucking know, dude. A marketing tactic for its owner's adult content. Very funny to see conservatives rally behind that. Wait, what? Hold the fuck up. Were they fucking the squirrel? What? How did they use a squirrel in their porn? Okay, I'll read the answer when I get back. I'm grabbing the fucking beer. Okay, 1 second. Oh, fuck. He just featured the squirrel in bulge-heavy Instagram posts. It's so fucking weird, dude. The more I hear about this story, the less there is to wonder about the current world. We're just in like a post-ironic fucking reality, aren't we? Like, porn stars are using squirrels as marketing tools. Like, truth doesn't matter. Everything is no rules, just right. I fucking love the world that we're in. Fuck me. Okay, let's see what this is about.
No, not the fake commie pet-eating government. The one that actually won in 2020. And now, after winning 2 elections and all of his own golf tournaments, President Trump is running for a 3rd term. So suck shit, childless cat ladies. Trump 24. During his 2nd term in office, President...
Does this not, like... I'm not gonna lie. There's something about this that feels so genuine. Like... You're watching Fox News at midnight and an infomercial for Trump comes on, right? And it's like midnight, so the ad space is like dog shit, like costs $20 to put out a 5-minute thing, you know? Like, So just 12 seconds in, this feels like it could be an infomercial late night.
This is a message from the US government. No, not the fake commie pet-eating government. The one that actually won in 2020. And now, after winning 2 elections and all of his own golf tournaments, President Trump is running for a 3rd term. So suck shit, childless cat ladies. Trump 24. During his 2nd term in office, President Trump has been working tirelessly from the Orange House, blocking border security legislation, praising dictators, praising billionaires for firing workers, dissing our military, and flying around in the pedo jet. But most important,
I still cannot believe how Trump was able to get away, even with his conservative audience. He was able to get away with the disrespect at Arlington National Cemetery. It had them not only just like, yeah, well, that's bad. It was just like, well, actually what he did was good. Like, dude, I just can't imagine like looking at that and like reading all of the information around it and preparing for debates that no one would have with me about it. Like, Jesus Christ, it's insane. This is fake, right? No, this is real.
importantly, tackling the greatest threat of all at the coming election, voter fraud. Sure, there's no evidence of widespread voter fraud in our elections, as countless officials, security agencies, courts, reports, even our own report, even our buddies, even the conservative Supreme
I'm
Court
not
stacked
talking
with
to
Trump
him until after the
appointees
election,
have
if
repeatedly
ever.
stated, heck, even we don't believe our bullshit about voter fraud. But we desperately need enough of you to believe it, so that you'll help us stop the steal at the coming election. Cause you see, we know we can't win elections the old-fashioned.
Okay, I'm sorry. See, that first one is AI generated. Okay? That first one is absolutely AI generated. The second one, does anyone's skin look like that?
Fashioned way. You know, by getting the most votes. We haven't won the popular vote in 2 decades, so we need your help.
I want someone that's not a complete, like, utter, like, political hack to talk to about it, okay? Actually, you know what? I did get to talk to one person about it. And he's not a political hack. I actually respect him. I invited him on stream today, but I don't think he was available.
Help to stop people voting against us. That's why we recruited thousands of our fraud-pilled minions to launch mass challenges of voter registration via our app, which is purging unknown numbers of legitimate voters from our voter rolls. Screw the vote. And it's why we've also introduced a raft of new vote suppression laws, like this, and this. Also this, lots of this, and a shit ton of these, which we say are to stop voter fraud, but actually just stop people who tend to vote against us. I mean, illegally. And here we have to thank our friends at SCOTUS for eviscerating the Voting Rights Act, which is what enabled all these vote suppression laws. SCOTUS! But that's just the tip of the shitberg. Fear of non-existent voter fraud is also at the heart of our brand new plan to grab this election by the pussy on Election Day. Introducing our precinct strategy. Overseen by the supreme shitlord of the megasphere, the precinct strategy entails signing up our fraud-pilled army to be poll workers at the local precinct level, where votes are counted.
We're taking this back village by village, precinct by precinct, and
I have not heard about this. Does anybody know anything about this? Like,
they can't stop it.
Yep, the guy
the Georgia stuff is crazy related to this?
who committed actual fraud against thousands of our supporters has recruited thousands of our supporters to find imaginary fraud. And on
Link
election
something to
day,
me.
they'll be out challenging voters.
You got to contest every ballot.
And reporting the fraud to our hotline of lawyers, who'll then use the evidence to launch a barrage of lawsuits in precincts across the nation, creating the impression of widespread voter fraud. Which brings us to the final part of our plan, which we like to call total fucking chaos. Total fucking chaos is the goal, as that will allow officials to declare a perfectly normal election rigged. It didn't work last time due to uncooperative officials, but this time time we'll be the officials, as we've also taken over election boards.
We're taking over all the elections.
Suck on this. Our friends at Scrotus can then step in to decide the election outcome like
And you know what's so crazy? People like Bannon know that they can just like say it out in the open, because even if you were to show that video to Trump supporters, they would not give a fuck. No offense, but political comedy sucks ass. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm gonna make it all the way through the video, but
they did in 2000, or throw the decision to a congressional vote. Either way, Il Duce wins a third term. And if that doesn't work, fuck it. It's Civil War time. The only thing that can stop all this is if enough of you are ready for the total fucking chaos and can keep calm until all the votes are legally counted. So don't share this video with everyone you know, and don't go to this website to check that we haven't purged you from the voter roll, or this website, which lists all the new laws we've passed to make it harder to vote. All the links are in the video description. Do not click them. 'Cause remember, America, our elections are deeply unfair because of this. And this. And 'cause of this shitty voting system that enshrines a two-party duopoly, but not due to voter fraud. That's just something we made up to exploit your legitimate desire for fair elections to help us rat fuck this one. Trump 24. Now get to work, patriots. This election isn't gonna steal itself, you pieces of shit. Authorized by the Department for the Prevention of Pet Eating and Transgender Operations on Illegal Aliens in Prisons.
all right. Oh my god, it's 42 minutes long. I'm not watching that shit. And it's on Facebook's fucking video player? Absolutely not. Yeah, I mean, listen, some of the jokes were okay. Most of them were boring, and some of that stuff I didn't agree with. So I think I can't even say that I agreed with the entire thing. Some of the stuff I hadn't heard of, and then Electoral College and whatever you call it, the Citizens United thing is so much more complicated than just saying, yeah. Anyways, let's see what else. What else do I have up here? Michelle Obama thing. Okay, we saw that.
On the wall here in Reading says "Dream big."
It was fake, yes. Obviously, it was fucking fake.
Obviously, the closing message that the campaign is trying to get across. But Donald Trump, in these final moments, continuing to attack his political opponents, including former First Lady Michelle Obama.
Let me see if I can
Take a
fix something real quick.
And Michelle hit me. I was so nice to her. Out of respect, I was so nice. She hit me the other day. I was going to say to my people, am I allowed to hit her now? They said, take it easy, sir. Sir, take it easy. My geniuses, I'm telling you, they said, just take it easy. Oh, what do you mean? She said bad about me. I can't hit back. Sir, you're winning. Just relax. Is that good advice? Is that good or bad advice?
Those remarks came in North Carolina, one of two stops that the former president has in the Tar Heel state, obviously putting a lot of emphasis on North Carolina. And when talking to our team that was on the ground there, they noted that the crowd there was noticeably thin. And I will tell you, looking around this...
Oh, shit. Did you guys see the video of the cameraman at a Trump rally like yesterday? Cameraman Trump rally. Let's see if that gets it. I'm so sorry, but this is the funniest shit in the entire fucking world. Okay? Okay? This shit is the funniest shit in the entire fucking world.
In 9 years, we've had the biggest rallies in history of any country. And
we're gonna speed it up to 2 times because it doesn't matter what he's saying.
Empty. You don't have anything yet. I mean, the one we had
He says you don't have any seats that are empty, and then this happens.
today, you missed out. Beauty. We could have filled that place up 20 times. I mean, that was beautiful. And the Virginia rally, did you hear about the Virginia rally? That was Glenn Youngkin did a great job, the governor of Virginia, and they had a crowd there that was incredible. And then we came here, and we don't want to be late, but it's very hard when you do these things. It's very hard, and you don't mind a little bit. We weren't very late. Just a few minutes. Just a few minutes, depending on your definition of when it's going to start. But, you know, I was talking to some of the people, it's sort of, you know, in a way it's sad, and in a way it's beautiful. I was talking to them, and I said, you know...
Not an empty seat, guys.
We've been doing the thick of it for like 9 years. We started a year before,
and we've had tremendous success. In 2016, we did phenomenally, right? We went in, they gave us a 3% chance.
People getting up and leaving.
3%. That means 97% for Crooked Hillary and 3% for me. And I was saying, well, I went to Iowa and I had 48,000 people and she had about 300 people. And then we went to another one in another state. We had 49,000 people. She had 243 people. And I kept saying, why are we going to lose? Why are we going to lose? And we didn't.
And you keep on thinking, like, at some point he's got to turn around. He's done, right?
Remember how it started? It started with a bunch of fake news. Look.
He goes and films the entire fucking auditorium, dude. Fuck, I saw the rest of the clip, and he eventually obviously points back at Trump. It's just like he shows the entire fucking stadium, dude. Holy fucking shit. What the fuck? That shit's funny as fuck. That's like a fucking a scene out of a fucking sitcom, dude. You can't make that shit up, dude. That shit's fucking hilarious. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm letting this play for 1 second. I'm gonna set it up so I can play a game while we listen to the Legal Eagle thing.
Arena here, and we actually have some footage of what it looks like just an hour before Trump is scheduled to speak, and it is maybe 30% full here. Now, granted, it is a Monday. This is a well-traveled area in this campaign, and crowd sizes don't mean everything. But Donald Trump has put such a premium on his crowd size and the brand he has built around the enthusiasm amongst his supporters that it is quite notable how absent this audience is in such a key battleground state. Now, you mentioned that Iowa poll earlier, and yes, that certainly has Republicans rattled, particularly because of how it showed women voters are flocking to Donald Trump. Now, I have heard from that campaign, and they are saying that the polling in this gender gap doesn't match the data that they are seeing and who is voting so far. They also feel good about the rural turnout. So
Jake motherfucking Paul commenting on the election? Oh no, I can't wait to hear what Jake Paul has to say about the election. Oh man, I've been holding out to vote until now because I just didn't know who Jake Paul supported to go to the polls and vote for. So now I know. Now let me read this really quick because I just didn't know who I was supposed to support until now. 1 second. Let's see what Jake Paul has to say. This election is good versus evil. America as we know it will self-implode. If Harris wins, it will be the start of a long and treacherous American era. A sheep will spend his entire life fearing the wolf, Trump, and only to be eaten by the shepherd, Harris. Don't be a sheep. Wake up and read deeper. Go vote good. Go vote Trump tomorrow. Hey guys, I'm fucking convinced. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm fucking convinced. There we go. Put that over here. This is the motherfucker that has the mold in the Lunchables boxes. Yeah, dude. Dude, I don't fucking know. Like, I have never, ever... I don't think I've ever seen a single fucking video from either of the Paul brothers. I remember seeing people talk about them, especially when they were way worse than they are now, right? They used to be, like, actually fucking unhinged people who did like fucking crazy things on a literal daily basis, but now they're slightly saner. Bro, I feel like shit got dick and barely want to do anything. What the fuck does that mean? I remember a video Logan did. Oh no. That fucking hat will go down in infamy. Jesus Christ. Okay, let me see here. I'm still moving things around. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to set this shit up so that we can watch videos, but I will make it work. Let's see here. I'll move that over there. I'll move this over here. This will go right here. Then we'll click this. Okay, and then let's not do that. Why is it that size? Sweet Christ in heaven, please stop. Whatever you're doing, make that stop. Do I need to make it smaller? Oh, there we go. Right there is perfect. Perfect. All right, we're good now.
So far, they see a lower urban turnout, and they are encouraged by their early voting turnout overall. However, those are the warning signs that we have been hearing for weeks from Republicans, that the gender gap is going to be a problem for Donald Trump, and the Iowa poll is just one more canary in the coal mine. Of course, what really matters is what happens tomorrow, and we will wait and see if those polls turn out into the results.
A shortcut to understanding exactly where geographically campaigns are focused on Election Day is to look at their schedule. Vice President Harris has 5 stops in Pennsylvania, and Trump also has 2.
And of all the battlegrounds, the Commonwealth. We're well trained now, aren't we?
The Commonwealth,
is the biggest prize with 19 electoral votes. Its winner moves that much closer to that magic number of 270 electoral votes. We have our panel with us now. CNN senior political analyst Gloria Borger, Alex Thompson, CNN political analyst and national reporter, political reporter for Axios. And we're also joined by Larry Sabato, director of the Center for Politics at the University of Virginia. All right, Gloria, 5 stops in Pennsylvania. Is that all? Yeah, that's how you know someone's not flying commercial. The idea of them making 5 stops anywhere in a day is kind of insane. Trump making 2. Does it all come down to Pennsylvania? How sure are we of this?
It's hugely important. I mean, you've got the huge number of...
There is almost no path forward for Kamala Harris if she loses fucking Pennsylvania. I mean, like, I don't see it, you know? Fuck, I forgot. If I click off of that fucking game that does that. 1 second. Let's look at the Legal Eagle video. No, because if we watch a Legal Eagle video, especially now that I got high, I'm just going to sit here and listen to it. Fuck, is there anything to commentate over? These lawsuits will determine the election? Wait, I didn't watch this. It might have autoplayed while I was asleep. Technically, they could tie. That would be a meme. Well, the only way that they would tie... 1 second. I still have this up, right? Yeah. Technically, the only way that they could tie is if Nebraska's first... If Nebraska made it to where... Let's see here. What was the... Oh, shit. What was the... Oh, that's what the fucking problem is. Nebraska 5. What was the 269 situation? Oh, it was Republicans get Nevada. This would be the win condition, but this isn't going to happen now because Like, this is basically the only way that we could conceivably, in a realistic map, see it go. Nebraska's 2nd district, I think, is not going to go red this election. But they were trying to make it to where they stopped splitting up Nebraska's electoral votes. That was something that they were super prideful about, and everybody in Nebraska was super happy about it. But the Republicans this election cycle tried to take that away. And there was literally one senator, one Republican senator, who held that back from happening, from forcing this situation. And it was only to help Donald Trump is the reason why he didn't want to do it. It was like, look, we're going to change something that has been like a part of our culture and a part of our political culture for all this time. Just because like we want to help Donald Trump. That's ridiculous. So. Wait, what the fuck? I hate that shit. Okay, anyways. Do we watch the Legal Eagle video or do we do something else? I just want to make sure because your boy is, if we start watching this, I'm just going to listen to it. Legal? Thing is, I don't know if I'm going to have a goddamn thing to say about it. These people know more than I do.
They're not going to steal the election. But if they did, here's how they would do it.
I grabbed a knife. I do remember that portion, taking a knife from Charlie.
Now, the election is right around the corner and tensions are high. Polling suggests that while Vice President Harris is likely to win the popular vote, the Electoral College is a toss-up, which means it's time for lawfare. There is likely to be a deluge of litigation before and after the election, and in fact, the wave is already rising. Laura Trump, who was put in charge of the Republican National Committee by her father-in-law, says that the organization has filed lawsuits in 81 states. Wow, that's really incredible. They really are playing a completely different game. But will 2024 be a repeat of 2020? To break it down for us, chaos lawyer Liz Dye.
Thanks, Devin. The litigation over the election is already well underway, and the RNC has indeed filed upwards of 150 lawsuits, with many more to come. Are we looking at a rerun of 2020? Well, let's roll the tape on that.
I don't understand the 81 states thing.
In 2020, we were in the midst of a global pandemic. Donald Trump first promised that it would go away like magic. Then he advised Americans to drink bleach and take horse pills.
Right, and then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning?
Then he told his supporters that coronavirus lockdowns were a liberal plot to tank the economy. And finally, he claimed that mail-in ballots were rife with fraud, so his supporters should be sure to vote in person. All of that meant that by the time Election Day rolled around, huge numbers of Democrats had already voted absentee. In Pennsylvania, Biden led the early vote by a whopping 54 points. But with votes cast on Election Day itself, it was the exact opposite. Trump won the in-person vote by 32 points. That split, which was mirrored to some extent in every state, caused what was known as the red mirage blue wave effect, because many states have rules mandating that absentee ballots.
I still think it's fucking crazy. I still think it's like the most mentally ill shit that I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. That for the entire year leading up to the 2020 election, we saw, what did we see, guys? We saw motherfucking every person in politics talking about the red mirage. The Republicans were talking about it. The fucking Democrats were talking about it. Everyone was talking about the red mirage. Well, we're just going to have to see once those absentee ballots, once those early votes start getting counted, once those absentee ballots start getting counted, we're going to have to, we're going to have to see who actually wins, because those are going to go heavily for the Democrats. We might see, a bunch of states that Trump is leading in, and then, in the middle of the night, we're going to see a bunch of votes for the Democrats, because that's when those totals are going to come in. And then that happens, and all the Republicans are like, what the fuck is happening? Why are there so many votes? Nah! Like, we knew that this was going to happen. We literally all knew. I watched the election on TV with my girlfriend and my roommate, knowing that this was going to happen. Like, everybody stay calm. We have to wait for those mail-in votes to start getting counted. We have to wait for those to start getting counted. Then we can start worrying, right? And they happened. And I went to sleep knowing, oh, we got this shit in the bag, dog. not knowing that on fucking Twitter, the fucking Republicans were planning a fucking civil war. Because we all knew it was going to happen. Like, again, we all knew it was going to happen. No, because there were Fox News segments on the Red Mirage. It's just that they told them, hey, that just means that you guys are going to have to go out there and make it even more apparent. You're going to have to go out there and vote in person. You're going to have to do it even harder. Don't let yourself think that, oh, I'm just going to sit it out, because that means that those mail-in votes will beat us. They absolutely knew. Everybody knew. Everybody fucking knew from the fucking beginning.
Ballots can only be counted after the in-person votes are tallied. For months, journalists predicted that Trump would be way up in the election day voting and then get overtaken as the absentee ballots were tallied. And sure enough, on election night, when the in-person votes were in, Trump was up in all the swing states. Now, Trump's campaign advisors weren't stupid. They knew that the early vote was going to break 2 to 3 to 1 for Biden, and they knew how many early votes had been cast. So even though Trump was ahead in the raw vote count, they had a pretty good idea by midnight that they'd lost Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona. But instead of waiting for the votes to be tallied, Trump gave a press conference at 2:30 in the morning claiming that he had won.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly,
Oh, I was waiting for this part. Was that 2:30 in the morning?
What followed was 9 weeks of pandemonium. In Arizona, where he was trailing, they surrounded an election center in Phoenix, demanding that workers count every vote.
Why is she only in my right ear?
In Michigan, where Trump was narrowly ahead before all the mail-in ballots were tabulated, protesters tried to storm the TCF Center in Detroit, demanding that officials stop the count. Trump told his supporters that Democrats had engaged in widespread cheating. Sometimes he claimed that there were thousands of fake ballots. Sometimes he claimed that there were hordes of undocumented immigrants flooding the polls. Sometimes he claimed that voting machines were flipping the vote. To be clear, there has never been a shred of evidence for any of that, which is why Trump wound up with the elite Super Friends election strike force representing him in court, because most lawyers won't knowingly make misrepresentations of fact before a judge. Former federal prosecutor Sidney Powell vowed to release the Kraken and get the swing state results overturned. She followed up with a series of garbage lawsuits alleging widespread fraud. Her proof was a stack of affidavits from randos like a man walking his dog who said he saw an unusually cheerful couple hand a package to the UPS guy, and he thought that was very suspicious. She also had statistical models from self-described experts claiming that the red mirage blue wave phenomenon predicted for months was mathematically impossible and could only be the result of fraud. The Trump campaign lawsuits were slightly less ridiculous, but only slightly. Trump sued.
Oh, there it goes. I don't know why it paused now. Real quick, internet guess. Oh, you're like, you are sick. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Bro, I feel like shit, got sick and barely want to do anything. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Okay. Let's see if this works out.
In state and federal court, claiming that 10,315 deceased people, 2,560 felons, and 2,423 unregistered voters had cast ballots in Georgia, and thus the election should not be certified. None of that was true, and of course he lost. He sued in Nevada, claiming that the state wasn't matching signatures on mail-in ballots with registrations on file with the state. They were, and he lost again. And he sued in Pennsylvania, falsely claiming that Republican poll watchers had been excluded from the count, and so all the ballots had to be thrown out. Which, again, is not how any of this goes. When all was said and done, Trump and his allies had filed 62 cases, and the only thing they had to show for it was a partial win in Pennsylvania, where a court said that poll watchers had to be allowed to stand a little bit closer to observe the tabulation. So if the question is, will 2024 go down like that? The answer is no. We are not in the middle of a global pandemic. There have not been widespread accommodations enacted by state officials or imposed by courts to increase access to the ballot, particularly ballot drop boxes. Absentee ballots are likely to skew somewhat Democratic, but not by such wide margins as last time. And there's been a much greater use of in-person early voting this cycle than 4 years ago, with some states seeing as high as 40% of eligible voters casting their ballots before Election Day. Which is not to say that Trump won't declare victory on Election night again and then file an avalanche of lawsuits trying to overturn the result if it doesn't go his way. It's just not going to look the same as it did 4 years ago. It can be helpful.
Anyone other than the New York Times reporting on that? 1 second. What was specifically the claim? Let me go back a little bit. Hopefully the game doesn't crash because of this, because it tends to crash.
Use of in-person early voting this cycle than 4 years ago, with some states seeing as high as 40% of eligible voters casting their ballots before Election Day. Which is not to say that Trump won't declare victory.
Are you talking about that? Because it said the Washington Post and the original source was the AP. Do you believe people vote in what affects them or offends them? Almost certainly offends them. I don't think that anybody actually cares about policy whatsoever. Very few people do. Gotcha.
On Election night again, and then file an avalanche.
Wait, right-wing groups are organizing on Telegram? On Telegram, a violent preview of what may unfold on Election Day and after. Right-wing groups which use Telegram to organize real-world actions are urging followers to watch the polls and stand up for their rights in a harbinger of potential chaos. Paul Moser, Adam Satariano, Aaron Krolick, and Stephen Lee Myers analyzed more than 1 million posts from election skeptics and right-wing extremist groups on Telegram. Groups backing former President Donald J. Trump recently sent messages to organize poll watchers just to be ready to distribute votes in Democratic areas. Some posted images of armed men standing up for their rights to recruit for their cause. Others spread conspiracy theories saying anything less than a Trump victory on Tuesday would be a miscarriage of justice worthy of revolt. The day is fast approaching when fence sitting will no longer be possible, read one post from an Ohio chapter of the Proud Boys, the far-right organization that was instrumental in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. You will either stand with the resistance or take a knee and willingly accept the yoke of tyranny and oppression. These people are such fucking snowflakes. Holy fucking shit. The messages were all posted on Telegram, the lightly moderated social media platform with nearly 1 billion users, which has become a harbinger of the potential actions and chaos that can unfold on Election Day and after. More so than other social apps, Telegram is a prime organizing tool for extremists who have a tendency to turn digital coordination into real-world action. Hey guys, really quick, like the only reason to use Telegram is if you're like a fucking extremist. Like, unironically. Do y'all's grandmas have a Telegram? Do y'all's friends have a Telegram? Like, Telegram is literally just a message board for a bunch of extremists to like message between each other. Like, it's actually fucking insane. And people will say like, oh, well, people are posting on Telegram. Oh, it's social media. I see a lot of crazy things on Twitter. The only reason to use Telegram is if you're a fucking lunatic. And everybody knows it. Like, if anybody says otherwise, they're fucking lying to you. I strongly encourage the use of Telegram. The API is easy to use. It makes it easier for data harvesting. Militia groups on the move. Oh, I guess this is a shorter article about the same thing. Maybe it's not shorter. Let's see here. The Proud Boys are openly making plans to get involved in Tuesday's election as Trump closes his campaign by talking about shooting through the media, calls his political opponents evil, dangerous, and the enemy within, and spreads more baseless predictions of election fraud. At least 30 of the 34 active and public Telegram channels operated by Proud Boys chapters across the country have once again been rallying support for Trump, posting pro-Trump content since the beginning of October, according to an analysis by Advanced Democracy, a nonprofit, blah, blah, blah. Many groups are posting memes and content that suggests the 2024 election will be stolen by Trump. 2 Proud Boy chapters based in Ohio say they'll be watching the polls on Election Day. according to posts reviewed by NBC News. They had enrolled as members of poll watchers and poll workers. The task is simply too important to trust to regular normies. A post reposted Monday read, so it was an all hands on deck effort. Another Proud Boys group in Ohio recently posted that it was watching polls everywhere ahead of Election Day. Locked, loaded, and ready for treasonous voter fraud, an account wrote Sunday before it added an anti-gay slur. Stand back and stand by, F slurs. Why do you think that? In response to previous question, which question? One of my family worked as cryptologists. Like, 3 Proud Boys Telegram channels everywhere in the country also have shared an image of a masked man holding a gun with the words "Free men do not obey public servants" emblazoned over him. The report, blah blah. What's the over under on one of these fucking losers fabricating something out of whole cloth to try and get Trump elected, and himself getting arrested for voter fraud and getting locked up for fucking 10 years? What's the over under on that? What do y'all think? I'd give 2-to-1 odds that one of these fucking retards goes out there thinking, oh, well, they got away with it, so I'll definitely get away with it. It can't be that hard to try and fucking do voter fraud if nobody got fucking arrested for it. And then they're going to try and fucking do some voter fraud, and they're going to end up fucking getting arrested and thrown in jail. I'm so proud of those Proud Boys. Makes it easy to see the deranged fools. Dude, if you're new into the Twitch politics area, like, there used to be a Twitch debater that founded the Proud Boys chapter in West Virginia, and he got arrested on January 6th. He was one of the people that entered the Capitol. Like, fucking crazy. Destiny versus Gavin McInnes is hilarious. Yeah, but we can't watch that on stream. Absolutely not. That shit was fucking hilarious. Okay, where were we? Here we are.
Avalanche of lawsuits trying to overturn the result if it doesn't go his way. It's just not going to look the same as it did 4 years ago. It can be helpful to think about the post-election lawsuits as falling into 3 buckets: the crazy bucket, the chaos bucket, and the point-shaving bucket. The crazy bucket is filled with stuff that is objectively not true. In 2020, that included lies about Chinese Bluetooth thermostats connecting with voting equipment, Italian space lasers interfering with the vote tally, a theory which Trump's chief of staff Mark Meadows actually asked the Justice Department to investigate, and of course, Dominion voting machines flipping votes, a lie which wound up costing Fox News $787 million.
That shit's
also,
so
there
fucking
was whatever
crazy,
demented
dude.
nonsense My Pillow Man Mike Lindell was spewing.
They did it. Can you imagine, like, literally the largest fucking voter or like defamation case in corporate history, and like, it's your people that did it, and on top of that, fucking it's your people that did it. You condoned it, and then you had to fire those fucking people, and then you still have to pay $787 billion fucking dollars, dude. Fuck, dude. Dude, they will make up the craziest theories, but ignore Trump being friends with Epstein. Was like anything with that recent leak? I don't even know if it was a leak. With that recent story, was that at all like confirmed? Like, or was there anything to that at all? Because I like whenever I hear Epstein, my mind immediately goes blank. I just don't care, because like 99% of whenever someone brings up Epstein, it's instantly just not something to even consider listening about. Trump using Epstein's plane. Here, give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab like a quick snack to eat while we watch this, but then I'll come back. Tell me more about it in chat, and then maybe we'll look at that, because I don't know anything about it, because it doesn't seem Like, I know there's a million pictures of him and Diddy together and like a couple of pictures of him and Epstein together, but bro, I got that fucking leftover Halloween candy Riz right now. Hell yeah, bro. That's what I'm fucking talking about. All right, let's keep going.
In all the states, every
And they
single state.
changed the votes.
Every single state.
And you have the proof.
Yes. That
will show
I have the whole data.
the actual exchange of votes.
Yep. Yep. 100%.
Sidney Powell is likely to sit this round out, having got herself sanctioned and indicted last time. But Elon Musk and his pro-Trump America PAC are setting themselves up as an online repository of election quackery. They've set up a community on X-Twitter dedicated to sharing potential instances of voter fraud and irregularities that
That keto thing ended a long time ago. Long time ago. Now I'm just exercising.
Americans are experiencing in the 2024 election. It's off to a rip-roaring start. This week, a Republican activist named Cliff Maloney, who has made quite a name for himself in GOP politics despite being only 33 years old, claimed to have found evidence of 53 fake voter registrations at one address in Erie, Pennsylvania. 10 seconds of Googling revealed that the address was a convent of Benedictine nuns whose names correspond to the list of registered voters Maloney.
Wait, hold the fuck up. I heard about I saw a similar claim. I thought they were going to talk about the same one. Someone else on Twitter was claiming, look, they're putting all these fake votes out there. It was a fucking homeless shelter. They have to put something as their address, so they put the homeless shelter. It was a bunch of homeless dudes. What the fuck? Dude, I can't digest fat anymore? What the fuck does that mean, you can't digest fat anymore? My gallbladder. Oh, okay. I didn't know that could even fucking happen. Don't you like... No, not to like shit on your health or anything. Sorry, I'm a little bit high, so maybe this is an out-of-pocket question. But like, don't you need to eat fat to live? Like, don't you need like a certain amount of fat in your brain? And like, part of that is like needed to get through like outside sources? Now, I'm not an expert or anything. Oh, yeah, also, sorry, Tron, you're going to have to cut this out if you turn this into a segment. I'll wait for that answer. I'm interested.
Tweeted out. And the Benedictine Sisters of Erie aren't exactly hiding. One of them interviewed Liz Cheney in front of 4,000 people at a community forum on October 17th. The sisters put out a press release
sorry to hear that,
whacking
man.
Maloney on the knuckles
I didn't
for
know
his
that was
irresponsible
possible.
accusations. And the prioress, Sister Stephanie Schmidt, took him to task for his blatantly false post while encouraging those who subscribe to X and other social media platforms to be vigilant and seek additional information before accepting these posts as truth. Amen to that, sister. For his part, Maloney defended his decision to publish this obvious lie and actually refused to acknowledge that he'd gotten it wrong, insisting that his team was continuing to analyze the situation. All of which is hilarious. Who picks a fight with nuns?
Reverend Mother, I have sinned.
I too, Reverend Mother. What is this sin, my children?
Wait, what the fuck was
But
that?
more to the point, it's a sign that we're going to be awash in misinformation this time as the GOP tells its voters to be vigilant and look for fraudulent voters around every corner, particularly with Elon Musk amplifying these lies to his millions of followers and algorithmically boosting them to everyone who uses his platform. There is, however, reason to be optimistic that these lawsuits will not.
I'm not gonna fucking lie. I still think it's absolutely fucking insane, absolutely unbelievably fucking insane that conservatives see a Pacific Coast California billionaire, tech giant, purchasing for billions of dollars one of the largest social media organizations, completely molding it to his ideology, and then hardcore putting his thumb on the scale in the election. And they're not thinking like, holy shit, you know, this is like exactly what we accuse the Democrats of doing. This is like literally exactly what we accuse the Democrats of doing. And we say that it's a bad thing. Can we get some hype in the chat for love and kindness? Yeah, listen, you weren't here at the beginning of chat. That was the beginning of this stream. Now we're at the part of stream where I drank a beer, I got high, and now I'm eating snacks, and I'm ready for violence. Yeah, let's get some fucking hype in the chat for rage and cruelty, guys. Let's get some fucking hype in the chat for rage and cruelty. Can I get some hype in the chat for rage and cruelty? Let's fucking go. Oh no, did I just crash my fucking game? Fuck my life.
Not be allowed to drag out into January the way they did in 2020. State courts are preparing to fast-track election disputes. For instance, in Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court issued an order in August expediting election cases. The time to docket an appeal was shortened from 10 days to 3, with no exception for holidays or weekends. The briefing schedule was severely truncated, with some replies due in 24 hours, and motions for reconsideration, re-argument, and reply are out. Courts in Arizona and Michigan have made similar modifications. At the federal level, Congress enacted the Electoral Count Reform Act in 2022, which allows candidates to bring disputes involving a state's electoral certificates before a panel consisting of 1 U.S. district judge and 2 circuit judges with an immediate appeal to the Supreme Court. It certainly seems like the judges are battening down the hatches in preparation to deal with election cases much faster than they did 4 years ago. So with a little luck, we won't spend all of November and December watching a bunch of crazy lawsuits plod through the court system.
I'd love to fucking see it. You know, fucking let them try again. I want to see it. I want to see these motherfuckers once again throw a months-long fucking hissy fit while they also claim to be the, you know, the big, strong alpha male party. I need to see that, dude. Can we watch something else? Listen, after this video, I'm super down to just watch fucking Family Guy clips. All right. I'm high. I'm eating fucking leftover Halloween candy, and I'm ready to chill.
If the crazy suits are about things that are totally made up, the chaos suits are about things that are real but not legally cognizable. So in 2020, Trump sued to halt the election certification in Nevada on the theory that the machines doing signature comparisons were unable to pick up fraudulent signatures. Unlike Sidney Powell's idiotic suit in Michigan alleging that the court should change the outcome of the election because of gremlin algorithms and the suspicions of some random dude walking his dog, the signatures and the machines at issue in Trump's Nevada suit were real. The case itself was garbage, though, and got tossed out pretty quickly, as Trump's advisors surely knew that it would. But before that happened, Trump was able to point to it as evidence that the results in Nevada were in doubt because there was endemic fraud that wasn't being picked up by scanners. The lawsuits functionally laundered that lie, and it is a lie about hordes of undocumented immigrants voting in the election, along with dead people and felons and people who have left the state. And we're already seeing that this cycle, too. So, for example,
there is potentially 100 hours of audio recordings of Jeffrey Epstein describing in detail his relationship with Donald Trump and what they would do together.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up.
of audio recording. There is potentially 100 hours of audio recordings of Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm sorry, this is bullshit immediately. 1 billion fucking %. This is already bullshit based off of the first 7 seconds of this video. There ain't a single motherfucker in the world describing their personal relationship with someone else for hundreds of hours. Could be under deposition? For what? Why would he be under deposition and them talk to him for hundreds of hours about Donald Trump? When did Epstein kill himself? Well, that was like, was it 2018 or 2019? It's pretty credible. I hate whenever people link me something from fucking Facebook. Okay, this one's short. Okay, what is this? Why are you muted? Why do you default to mute? Fuck off.
So, just tell me about his intelligence.
With respect to real estate deals, brilliant. He's a salesman. He knows real estate really well. Anything else but that, he knows nothing. No history, no strategy. And that's not to say about executive function. The executive function says, and it's strange because construction, by definition, is just that. First, you have the foundation. You have steels going up, what stage? But in terms of his anything but real estate, he can't figure out if I fire Bannon, what happens tomorrow.
So cause and effect, that has no relationship. In analytic intelligence?
No.
Now what's this thing about that functionally he can't read, or he doesn't read, or
He doesn't know. He certainly can't read a balance sheet. Which is funny. Has no idea. He doesn't read. He reads page 6. So he's not functionally illiterate. But his reading comprehension of anything complicated, he's very good.
now what's other than he has he has a sense of humor. He can be funny.
Wait, hold on. What is the context of these fucking? What is the context of this fucking recording? Oh my god, it defaults to fucking mute if you pause.
His ability to sell. He is charming. He is able to convince people. It's very much like Clinton. Both Bill and Donald have the ability to go over to a fat, ugly woman, say, "You are the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." So he tells everybody what they want to hear. And then it's charming. And I'm telling you that I know 4 or 5 people who have recently seen him. I just realized we're talking, where he built the UN Plaza Trump Tower just in my days. I was going to take the top 4. I went with Donald time with me again. What if you can pay me? In fact, that was it's a $13 million transaction. You can pay me 11, you're recording the 13 that you give to Mahler. It's always. So the idea that he's that bad, dirty business, he's a construction person in New York City, the electricians union, the concrete. I have no idea what they're thinking. But he's not, he's a horrible human being. In Jeffrey's book, he does nasty things to his best friends' wives. Anyone who first tries to gain your trust and then uses it to do bad things. That's how it goes.
8 eggs for dinner or Chipotle? What is that fucking question, Talon? We can watch it.
Describing in detail his relationship with Donald Trump and what they would do together. This, according to author Michael Wolff, who's got receipts, folks. He dropped one of those audio recordings on his new podcast. It's called the Fire and Fury Podcast. This is an audio recording of Jeffrey Epstein taken in 2017 when Epstein was still a free man at that time. And he was talking about his ongoing relationship with Donald Trump at that time in 2017. Let's play this clip from the Fire and Fury Podcast. Let's play it right now.
I think we have a snippet from one of the conversations that I recorded with Epstein, and I think this was in a restaurant in 2017.
His people fight each other.
Right.
And then have outsiders. He sort of poisons the well outside. He will tell 10 people Bannon's a scumbag, and Priest is not doing a good job, and Kelly has a big mouth. And what do you think? Jamie Dimon says that you're a problem, and I shouldn't keep you. And I spoke to Carl Icahn, and Carl thinks I need a new spokesperson. So Kelly, even though I hired Kellyanne's husband, Kellyanne is just too much of a wild card. And then he tells Bannon, I really want to keep you, but Kellyanne hates you.
I have more than dozens. I probably have 100 hours of Epstein talking about the inner workings of the Trump White House and about his long-standing, deep relationship with Donald Trump.
So, folks, here's the story from the Daily Beast. I want to read this story with you about that audio recording, but then there's more from Michael Wolff, who took that audio recording of Jeffrey Epstein at a restaurant in 2017, because Michael Wolff also claims that Jeffrey Epstein showed him photos of Donald Trump with topless young girls sitting on his lap. And Wolff claims he saw...
Frozen eggs are great when shredded over ice cream. You know what? I heard about that recently. That is unironically I think people do, unless I'm thinking of shredded eggs over something else that's equally fucking disgusting. Why the fuck do people do that? When the... Just like, is this a white person thing? Is this like a British thing? You know, it's got to be a British thing. Those motherfuckers are insane. Not frozen raw egg. No. This is like a cooked egg, and they fucking grate it on with a fucking cheese grater, and yeah. I just don't understand how people don't think the sex addict Trump who hanged with Epstein never had an underage girl. People are irrational. People are crazy. People are fucking stupid. Roll of the deed. Don't look up sandwich cake from Sweden. I like this April person.
All these photos himself, that they were in a vault by Epstein that was seized by the FBI in or around 2019 before Epstein mysteriously died. Lot to unpack here. First, let's read the first story on the Daily Beast together. Listen to Jeffrey Epstein spill intel on Donald Trump's White House. Michael Wolff, the explosive chronicler of Donald Trump's 4 years in the White House, has released what he says is a recording of Jeffrey Epstein, who died in 2019. Wolff released the tape on his podcast Fire and Fury. He says it was made in a restaurant in 2017, most probably in the Soho branch of a restaurant in Manhattan. Epstein can be heard speaking over individuals at the establishment. Epstein is referring to former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon, former White House chief of staff Reince Priebus, and former White House senior counselor Kellyanne Conway, whose then husband George Conway was briefly considered for positions in Trump's Department of Justice. The recording seems to show that Epstein and Trump were close enough for the disgraced sex offender to know how Trump ruled his White House by dividing and conquering his staff. It should be noted that Donald Trump claimed that he had cut off any relationship with Epstein well before then. Another lie of Donald Trump. One of the other lies, obviously, he's told. Here's the next story by the Daily Beast. 2 October surprises back to back. This one is called Epstein Showed Me Photos of Trump with Topless Young Women. Let's just call it what it is. Girls sitting in his lap, claims author. Jeffrey Epstein showed off photos of Donald Trump with topless young girls sitting in his lap, the controversial author Michael Wolff has alleged. The pedophile financier had about half a dozen pictures which showed Trump by the pool with multiple young girls, Wolff claimed on his podcast Fire and Fury. They were taken in the late 1990s at Epstein's Palm Beach home, where he victimized dozens of underage girls, along with his procurer, aka his sex trafficker, Ghislaine Maxwell, who, by the way, Donald Trump wished her well and was sending her coded messages at her sex trafficking trial. I will play that for you shortly. Wolff alleged that they were in Epstein's safe, which the FBI seized when they raided his homes in New York and Palm Beach in July 2019. The massive haul of evidence taken by the feds has never been made public, and while prosecutors disclosed after the raid that they had hundreds of photos of girls and young women, they have never offered any more details of them. Okay, that's that. Let's unpack the Donald Trump-Epstein relationship, which you know we've been covering meticulously here at the Midas Touch Network. In 2002, Donald Trump told New York Magazine the following: I've known Jeffrey Epstein for 15 years. He's a terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do. Many of them are on the younger side. He's referring to girls on the younger side who Epstein trafficked. That's what Donald Trump told New York Magazine in 2002. Donald Trump is all over the Epstein files. He appears on Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs at least 7 times. Here are the receipts straight from the records of Ghislaine Maxwell's criminal case.
Isn't it
Let's take a
Ghislaine?
look right now at
Jizz.
deposition
Sorry.
transcripts where women who were sex trafficked by Epstein say that they were brought to Trump casinos. Here's one of those depositions from one of the sex trafficking victims. So we were sitting there and the pilots told me, that's a victim, to go back and tell Epstein that we can't land in New York and that we were going to have to land in Atlantic City. Jeffrey Epstein said, great, we'll call up Trump and we'll go to, I don't recall the name of the casino, but we'll end up going to that casino. Other data points. Right now, Donald Trump is flying around in the plane used by Jeffrey Epstein to sex traffic young girls. That's right. Donald Trump is on a Gulfstream that was purchased through an estate sale, but it is Jeffrey Epstein's plane, the plane that Donald Trump's name appears on those flight logs. Just some data that occurred this week. Donald Trump, this is a new article from the Daily Mail. Donald Trump jumped on a blonde 6'1" model, groped her, molested her while she tried to fight him off at a beauty pageant in 1993, a new victim alleges. This is her allegations. Donald Trump denies it. I should state also, Donald Trump has said Michael Wolff is lying. Donald Trump denies all of that as well. Maybe that's Donald Trump's perspective right there, but you can be the judge yourself. She also said, this woman said, who this 1993 beauty pageant contestant who alleges Donald Trump groped her, said that Trump was working with Jeffrey Epstein to recruit young women for parties at Mar-a-Lago. That follows another story from last week. Donald Trump groped me in what felt like a twisted game with Jeffrey Epstein.
It's just like one after
former
another,
model
after another,
alleges.
after
Her
another.
name is
Jesus
Stacey
fuck.
Williams, Sports Illustrated swimsuit model. She alleges that in 1993, Jeffrey Epstein brought her to Donald Trump's office building and office, and Donald Trump started groping her, touching her breasts, touching.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is like getting into like the blue MAGA, like we believe everything that we hear territory. I don't know. I don't. The people that care the most about Jeffrey Epstein have made it to where no one gives a fuck about things that happen with Jeffrey Epstein. They know he's a pedophile, okay? They know he's a pedophile. All the connections that people are drawing between it, it's been overdone so much. Why would anyone ever fucking listen? It's like 99% of the time, when you hear Jeffrey Epstein's name, it's going to be a weird conspiracy tied to the fact that he was a pedophile. Oh, Jesus. Harlem Shake compilation YouTube.
Con los terroristas.
And do the Harlem Shake.
That was a good one. Never mind, I changed my mind. I want to hear more about heinous crimes. That's right. Chat, this is your lesson to you, April. You guys don't know what you fucking want. You think you know what you want, and then you get 34 seconds of a Harlem Shake compilation, and suddenly you realize that, oh, Sansol might know a better topic than I do. Sansol might be a little bit more entertaining than I am. Maybe there's a reason I'm on this side of the camera and you're on that side of the camera. All right, motherfucker? Sorry. That was the stupidest shit I've ever fucking said in my life. Elon posting ads. Oh boy, I can't wait to watch this.
To step forward, to take on the corrupt ruling
Oh wait,
class,
you might not be able to see it.
to
if you do
battle the
that.
Washington insiders who raided our factories, pried open our borders, and sent our best Americans to die in desert wars overseas. But the corrupt system fought back. They could never forgive him for taking away their power and giving it to you.
January 20. Well, how, like I'm sorry. Like I'm a poor working class guy. I don't feel more. I never felt like I had more rights under Donald Trump than under Joe Biden or under Obama. Yeah, I can't think of a single way in which my life personally improved under Donald Trump. I can't think of one thing that I wasn't allowed to do before that now I am. He gave the power to me. Fuck, maybe taking that power from those guys and then diluting it to the entire population. Maybe we just can't feel it because we all get just like you know, if you give like one person $100 bill, they're like really happy about that. But if you give 1,000 people $100 bill and they have to split it evenly, they get like a penny. All right. So maybe this is like that. Like we took Obama's power and his power level. If you split it up amongst all of the Americans, we get like 1 cent.
20th, 2017.
will be remembered as the day the people became the rulers.
Did you see Destiny say once you have confidence, you can make really edgy jokes like about spiking a woman's drink? I have seen that that clip before, and he's 1,000,000% right. I've done shit like that before. Not that exact joke, but similar.
And sent our best Americans to die in desert wars overseas. But the corrupt system fought back. They could never forgive him for taking away their power. And
their
giving
power.
it to you.
January 20th, 2017 will be remembered as the day the people became the rulers of this nation again.
So they came after his family, his business, and his freedom. One hoax.
Well, you know, like a lot of that had to do with like him doing like a bunch of criminal fucking shit. But like, I mean, we could just like fucking ignore all that shit, can't we? Like, oh no, yeah, I know, like oh, they came after his job, they came after his family, they came after his freedom. Well, like, yeah, they were gonna criticize him because he was the president. Then they were gonna criticize his family because guess what? He put them in positions of power in his cabinet as president. So they were therefore open to criticism because they were part of the fucking government, retard. And then number 3, they try to take his freedom. Well, maybe don't do a bunch of fucking crazy illegal shit like try to subvert the 2016 election by illegally using your money to pay off a porn star so that nobody finds out about it before the election. Maybe don't try to steal the fucking election out from under the actual winner and, you know, taking the power away from the people. Maybe don't try doing that. And then maybe don't try stealing a bunch of fucking documents from the White House, keeping it in your fucking house despite fucking like a full year of please give it back. Please give it back. Please give it back. Please give it back. If you don't give it back now, we're going to criminally indict you. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to raid your house, motherfucker. Like, maybe don't do those things if you don't want to lose your fucking freedom. Like, I don't know, like the fucking victim mentality of these fucking losers, like these actual fucking like subhuman pieces of shit, can't fucking imagine, like being, you know, even empathetic or kind to a trans person, right? Like, because those people are like lesser than, but like, oh, boo-hoo, my guy lost an election. You have to treat me with fucking empathy for all of time and we can never make a single fucking joke about you? Actually fucking kill you. Stop myself before I go too far. God, I fucking hate these fucking whiny, limp wrist, fucking limp dick, fucking no spine having motherfuckers so fucking much. They pretend to be the strongest, baddest fucking alpha males of all fucking time, and they are still here. They're still here, fucking 4 years later, whining and crying and bitching and moaning about things that, like, they did. I hate these fucking losers. God, I hate whiny little bitches like this. Fuck.
So they came after his family, his business, and his freedom. One hoax, one injustice after another. But Donald J. Trump pressed on because he wasn't fighting for himself. He was fighting for you.
They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I'm just standing in their way.
The Democrat Party tried to throw their opponent behind bars, but Donald Trump would not bow down to tyranny.
I will never quit, I will never bend, I will never break, I will never yield, not even in the face of death itself.
An assassin came within a centimeter of taking his life.
Seeing Donald Trump get up after getting shot in the face, pump his fist in the air, is one of the most badass things I've ever seen in my life.
Weeks later, a hostile foreign regime, desperate to stop America's comeback, launched their own plot to assassinate President Trump. No American political leader has had to endure what he has endured. He did it for us, for our children, and for our freedom.
We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We are going to redeem America's promise and unlock the extraordinary future that is just within our reach.
But now, he is counting on you to finish the job. Only you can ensure all of this struggle ends with our victory. He took a bullet for you. Now, we need you to vote for him, because only you can decide how this journey ends.
Together we will make America.
Can you imagine like Elon Musk actually getting a position of power in the government because like half of our nation is like actual troglodyte, like fucking ferret IQ like retards, and then he like goes in there and does what he did to Twitter to our fucking government, dude. God, I think it would be instantly time to go to the rope store and look up some manuals on how to tie certain kinds of knots, and then go to the rickety stool store. Holy fucking shit. Can you imagine? Like, not only would it just like be bad, it would be like the cringiest fucking clown show of people who think that they're really fucking based and cool and smart, trying to hype up America about all the fucking retarded shit that they're doing, just like they're doing about Twitter. Like, goddamn. I've seen some cringy things on the internet. I don't know if I can last through that cringe.
Powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America...
Is this AI? Wait, hold on. What the fuck is this voice? Is this actually Trump speaking?
How this journey ends.
Together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will...
That's a real fucking audio clip of Donald Trump speaking. What the fuck? That didn't sound fucking real. What the fuck? Elon Musk is that dude from Rick and Morty, right? Yeah.
Make America great again.
That shit. Wait, hold on. Donald Trump didn't ask him to make that because he didn't have the endorsement at the end. Unless he had it at the very beginning, I don't remember.
8 years ago.
No, this is an unsanctioned ad. Yes, that's how we're going to judge how the election's going to go. By how many people are watching their Twitch streams. Yeah. Okay. Wait, what were we watching before? What were we? Fuck. Fuck. What were we doing before? Did I just accidentally close out my tab? The God Emperor using his real voice. Oh no. Okay. On Dracula Flow? The fuck are you talking about? Was it on one of the other... Fuck. What's this? Why does it say I've watched? Oh, well, I must have closed out the tab. Fuck me. Alright, well, I can't remember what the fuck we were watching before, and it seems like I might have accidentally closed out that tab, so... Can you tune a fish? Jesus. Finish Legal Eagle? Where the fuck is that tab then?
I'm smoking.
It's not that. Legal Eagle? There it is. Is it this? Yeah.
too. So, for example, in April of 2017, the Nevada Secretary of State put out a press release saying that during a routine review of the voter rolls, she had discovered that about 100 people had presented evidence of non-citizenship while obtaining services from the Department of Motor Vehicles and completed a voter registration application while at the DMV. So that's a screw-up. Non-citizens are not allowed to vote in our elections. But it's clearly not a plot, because if you were trying to steal the election, you wouldn't stop at 100. And of that group of 100, only 21 actually cast ballots. But presumably, 18 of them became citizens between the day they got their driver's license and the election, because further investigation showed that only 3 of this group voted illegally in Clark County in 2016. 3. That's not even a rounding error, and since 2/3 of the entire state population lives in Clark County, it certainly suggests that there is not a huge problem of non-citizens voting in Nevada. Also, note that this problem was discovered by the Secretary of State 7 years ago when she was actively scanning the rolls for ineligible voters. And yet, on September 11th of this year, when the RNC filed suit asking a judge in Carson City to order the Secretary of State to clean Nevada's voter rolls before the election, the Secretary of State's 2000 press release announcing that purge of non-citizens was the first piece of evidence cited to prove that the voting rolls in Nevada were full of non-citizens casting ballots. Now, there is no way the RNC ever thought they were going to get a court-mandated purge of the voter rolls here. The National Voter Registration Act, known as the NVRA, bans systemic purges of the voter rolls in the 90-day quiet period before an election. It says a state shall complete not later than 90 days prior to the date of a primary or general election for federal office any program the purpose of which is to systematically remove the names of ineligible voters from the official list of eligible voters. That's federal law, and it preempts state law. In fact, when Alabama and Virginia purged thousands of voters from the rolls on the eve of the election, the Justice Department sued them, and judges in both states ordered the disenfranchised voters to be restored to eligibility. As a side note, Virginia's Governor Glenn Youngkin announced that purge on the 90th day before the election was clearly a big middle finger to the NVRA. But on the morning of October 30th, the Supreme Court issued a stay of the lower court's ruling in Virginia allowing the voter purge to go into effect. The ruling came on the shadow docket with noted disagreement by Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson. It is an ominous sign as to what the conservative justices might do next week if the vote is close. But the purpose of these lawsuits is not to get judicial relief. The purpose, as with Governor Youngkin's public announcement, is to seed the public consciousness with the false impression that there are millions of non-citizens casting ballots in our election. So the Nevada state suit said that there must be at least 5,005 non-citizens registered to vote based on a statistical analysis of some outside survey. A similar suit filed by the RNC in state court makes the claim that Nevada has more registered voters than citizens in several counties. And you know what? Trump says that all the time about the swing states, and you will definitely see his campaign make that claim if he loses this time. So let's get a little weedsy for a minute on why it's simply false. Because the RNC complaint says, based on data gathered from the U.S. Census Bureau's 2022 American Community Survey and the most up-to-date count of registered active voters available from the Nevada Secretary of State, 3 counties have more active registered voters than voting eligible citizens.
I got AOC winning this election based. What do I think of this? Give me 1 second. You know, every single time you link me something, I have to pause the game in order to click out. Otherwise, the game will crash and then I'll lose all my progress. Mail-in absentee voting, second round. Total 1.8 mil. Democrat 55.4. Republican 32.9. I don't know what I think about that because ballots by party registration. So are they saying that 55% of Democrats have already voted? I'm not sure what it's saying here. Rogan just endorsed Trump on the eve of the election. Who would have fucking guessed? Joe Rogan, experienced podcaster, announced his endorsement of Trump after interviewing ex-owner Elon Musk. Are you fucking kidding me? Elon Musk talks to him and he's like, you know what? You know what, Elon, you're right. I should go public with my endorsement. Yeah, this hasn't changed literally anyone's mind because everybody knew that this was going to happen.
The votes are in. The next president
Oh my
of
God,
the
fuck
United
off.
States is...
Lord, we trust in you. We give to you everything. Our leaders, our president, our country. We give
Fucking
it all
true, April. Fucking true,
Jesus, we
dude.
trust
in you. Amen.
At least it was nice.
YouTube put out a statement where they essentially acknowledged on Monday it was a problem, adding, "We've worked to resolve this and viewers will begin seeing the full podcast in more YouTube searches results soon." But that wasn't the case we saw today. What's going on, Steve?
Well,
God
it
is changing the
clearly,
votes.
More than just a technical glitch. I mean, Joe Rogan himself
True
has
little
said
bits.
that right at the beginning.
We
Joe
say get
Rogan is
a
fair
bit of
guy. He's not
CTE
partisan
ourselves,
in any
right?
of this. Right at the beginning, when people couldn't find the episode, he himself said, "Don't worry, this is just a technical issue with Spotify and YouTube
Bald
together,
Englishman, too.
and we're fixing it." But as the days went on, Joe has said, "No, this can't be a mistake." And the fact that you've got this, one of the most sophisticated companies on the planet, 5 days on, 6 days on, it still can't fix the technical problem, tells you that there's something different going on here. We know that the people who work in YouTube and at Google, all these tech companies, they're based right here where I am, in Silicon Valley, not far from where we're
Wait,
I'm
is he
speaking to
talking
you
about
from today.
the wait, I'm sorry. I must have missed something that he started
He
off with.
himself said, "Don't worry, this is just a technical issue with..."
Seeing the full podcast in more YouTube searches.
Dude, I fucking went like the day of and saw it. I went like 3 days later when everyone was saying that it was being suppressed. I looked it up again. I saw it in my YouTube not recommended, it's like the search. Now 5 days later, it wasn't the very top of the results. Why? Because there were people in my algorithm that I watch more often who did reactions to it or that talked about it. Hasn't this already been fucking debunked? They're saying that we've worked to resolve this. I never had a problem with it.
Results soon.
True,
That
roll of
wasn't
the
the
D.
case we saw today. What's going on, Steve?
Well, it is clearly more than just a technical glitch. I mean, Joe Rogan...
We're gonna skip forward
we
to
know
what he
that
was
the
saying.
people who work in YouTube and at Google, all these tech companies, they're based right here where I am, in Silicon Valley, not far from where I'm speaking to you from today. They're all Democrats. Not just Democrats, far left Democrats. And so, in the end, we can talk about algorithms.
Just fucking like post proof or shut the fuck up. I am so tired of all these fucking claims with no fucking evidence behind them. Fucking show proof or shut the fuck up. Show proof or shut the fuck up. I'll eat my fucking words if you show fucking proof. But show proof or shut the fuck up. I'm so fucking tired of it. Why do we have to fucking take fucking random claims from random fucking people and fucking jilted fucking like upset fucking fans about things at their fucking word? With no fucking evidence. I think all the tech CEOs are moving towards Trump because they're terrified of another 8 years of Democrat antitrust. That's true. A lot of fucking big tech companies are not super happy with the Democrats because Joe Biden's been going fucking hard after them with the antitrust laws. Yeah, I don't fucking know, dude.
And platforms and the technical side of it, but these decisions, the actual coding, all the rest of it, it's done by human beings, and the human beings who are doing it in these giant tech companies are overwhelmingly Democrats.
Steve, you're such a smart guy. So to your point, let's follow the money. We actually had Alec, our producer, dug into the political donations of some of the top tech companies, and you can see an overwhelming majority going to Democrats. In the case of Google, it's 7.1 million compared to 1.2 for the GOP. Amazon, 3 million to less than a million. Meta, of course, which is the parent of Facebook, 2.5 million to 461,000. So the point is there. Why is it that they don't really try and hide their intentions, and why won't they sort of own up to it, Steve?
Well, the reason for it is the actual location of these companies where the workers are. And that has tended to be here in the Bay Area, very left-leaning part of the country. But what's interesting is that as California's policies are becoming more and more anti-business. We have the worst business climate in America now, 10 years in a row. The high taxes, the high cost of housing, the regulations, all those things. It's actually driving these companies out. So more and more of their employees now are moving to more Republican states like Tennessee or Texas and so on. And in fact, those numbers that you cited in terms of the Democrat bias, they're actually less than it used to be. It used to be 95%. Now it's a little bit lower. The other thing that I would say, point to as good news in all of this is that thanks to Elon Musk, we have a platform truly committed to free speech on X. So that you see story after story in this election cycle that we know would have been censored if it were not for Elon Musk buying X and making it a true platform for free speech. And so that's something that can at least encourage us, even though we have the big tech censorship still going on, at least we have X for free speech.
At least we have X. At
Steve,
least Elon,
speaking of
Daddy Elon's going to save us.
I want to talk about podcasts. This was the campaign year of podcasts, more so than ever. Candidates going there. It was roughly 7-3 when you look. Trump, of course, on Rogan, but then Harris did go on Call Her Daddy, very popular. All the Smoke, The Breakfast Club, and then you see the ones that Trump went to. Why are we all of a sudden seeing these podcasts become a key stop on the campaign trail?
Well, I think the interesting thing is how the Trump campaign and President Trump himself have embraced all this. And it's been and they've really led it. And the reason for that, I think, is really important. Everyone has to understand, because the media generally, they hate Trump so much when he sits down for these interviews in a traditional sense. They're so contentious. All they want to do is attack him. They don't let him explain what he wants to do. Whereas on the podcast, he can really explain his grasp of the...
He doesn't talk about fucking anything. What are you talking about? He doesn't give his full policy takes. He doesn't change anything about the way that he talks. It isn't, there's nothing new or substantive there. What fucking cope is this?
Policy issues. This is the thing that people miss about President Trump. He really knows what he's talking about when it comes to policy. And he can tell the stories of what he did when he was president and how he understands this broad range of issues. And he's authentic. He can be himself. Everyone can see him. And that's why the podcast strategy has worked so well for President Trump. They see a side of him that you couldn't see in these aggressive media interviews. By contrast, Kamala Harris, it's a disaster
Don't
wherever
be mean
she goes.
to him,
so when
though.
she tries to do the
Why are you being
podcast, that
mean
ends in
to
fiasco.
Mr. Trump?
But when she's done the media
Fuck
interviews,
off.
even though they're friendly, she's made a total fool of herself because she doesn't know what she thinks. She isn't authentic. She can't answer a question directly. And so you've seen this interesting contrast. The truth about the candidates has come out.
Should Harris have done Joe Rogan, do you think?
No.
Or maybe more young people listen to
disaster. The point is, nothing she
podcasts
does works for her.
in regards to
because
what?
the fundamental problem is
I don't
not the
think anyone
media she
disagrees
does or
with
what
that.
platform or what podcast. The fundamental problem is that she's fake. She doesn't know who she is. She doesn't know what she believes. She lies constantly. She lies about what she believes, what her policies are. She lies about Trump. There's no authenticity there. And so that truth is revealed. The more you speak, the more people see that there's nothing there. So I'm afraid with Kamala Harris, the problem is not the media, it's the message and the character that underlies it.
Well, and I think there's a lesson in all of this for candidates of the future. You'd better get comfortable wherever you are on whatever party you're running for
Exactly.
with podcasts, because it's pretty clear they're here to stay. Steve Hilton, Fox News contributor. Steve, great to talk to you. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, Griff.
One second. Okay, I'm going to. Do that. Oh, I can do this. If you guys want to fucking capture some stuff, go for it. But guess what? You're not going to get it for free, because I'm going to go ahead and just fuck your entire house up. I'm going to fuck your whole day up with a bunch of fucking flamethrower tanks. Let's go. All right, let me get this bad boy. Put him right here. Put this bad boy over here. Put that guy over there. Sorry, 1 second. All right. I actually think what we're going to do here in just a second is end stream, because I do not think I have anything else to talk about, and I'm also very tired. But if you haven't already, please consider following or liking the stream. That would be really, really awesome. If you don't want to do that, then fucking fine, I guess. Like, do whatever you want. How come you're not in Miami? Why the fuck would I ever go to Florida? Real shit. Why the fuck would I ever go to Florida? Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and end stream. Pause game. To be with Destiny? No, I'm fine. Thanks. Where is Twitch here? Yes. Also, if you don't have any money to throw my way or become a subscriber on Twitch or a member on YouTube, you can also watch my videos. We get ad revenue, even if you have YouTube Red. All right. I would appreciate that. Let's see. Who can we? I know where we're raiding into. It was a pleasure. I will catch you guys maybe, very unlikely, but maybe tomorrow. Target channel is disabled raids. Oh, I can't raid into Kamala Harris? Gay. Raid into Admiral Gibbs. All right, we're raiding into Admiral Gibbs. I love you guys very much. It has been fun. Hopefully, inshallah, God willing, Kamala ekes out a win tomorrow. And alhamdulillah, she gets a electoral college blowout. I love you guys very much. I'll catch you guys maybe tomorrow. Hey. How's it going? Yay.